Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you call for the roll, please?
So, Your Worship, I can certify the attendance of all members of council, and all are participating electronically.
Thank you very much. Would I ask you to join me in the reading of the invocation? Creator of all, we give thanks that we live in a place where all have freedom to pray. Help us to remember we are in a special place consecrated to the principles of democracy and service. Give us wisdom to perceive the right, courage to lead in times of confusion, patience to wait and listen for the hopes and aspirations of our citizens, and wit to devise creative ways of being a community. May we be as concerned for others as for ourselves, and compassionate for the needs of the less fortunate among us. Thus, may this city of ours be a special place. We acknowledge that the city of Pickering resides on land within the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation and Williams Treaty signatories of the Mississauga and Chippewa nations. Pickering is also home to many Indigenous persons and communities who represent other diverse, distinct, and autonomous Indigenous nations. This acknowledgement reminds us of our responsibilities to our relationships with the First Peoples of Canada and to the ancestral lands on which we learn, share, work, and live. Members of council, I think in light of the revelations over the last few days, it would be appropriate if we were to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the loss of the Indigenous children across our country. Thank you. Members of council, any disclosures of interest? Madam Clerk, none noted. I'll take a motion on the adoption of minutes. Councillor Butt, Councillor Cumming, thank you. This would be the council minutes of May the 25th, the special council minutes of June the 3rd, executive committee of June the 7th, special council minutes of the same date, June the 7th, and the planning and development committee minutes of June the 7th. Errors or omissions? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We have quite a number of delegations this evening. I will remind our delegations of the 10-minute time limit, and I will probably do that again during the course of the evening. For council's note, delegation 7.2, Mr. Crawford has withdrawn. And we have two additional delegations related to parking control measures at the city waterfront that came in after the deadline. That would be item 710 and 711, Mr. White and Mr. Windsor. I would need a motion in two.
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor Cumming. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. With that, again, I'll remind delegations of our 10-minute time limit. The clerk will be keeping the time. First delegation this evening is Sean A. Oakley, Vice President, Real Estate Advisory Services at Deloitte, with an update on the City Center project procurement process.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
if I may just do a brief introduction for members of council for the general public. The city of Pickering has hired Deloitte Real Estate Services to assist staff with the City Center project, working towards our goal of providing information in September. And Sean Oakley has many years of real estate experience working on large projects such as the City Center. And so we're very pleased that he was able to join our team and bring resources with him to assist staff in meeting our goal of presenting financial and other relevant information in September. And now I'd ask Sean to take over the presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Oakley, we'll start your clock now.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Tonight I've been asked to provide an overview of the process through which the city would procure a general contractor to build the city center facilities. Next slide, please. The agenda tonight is to provide an overview of the general contractor or GC model, the procurement process, how it varies from the traditional city process, and the benefits it provides to this project, and finally, the key council decision points. Next slide, please. This is the one tough slide. So the project is complex, both the standalone city center facilities and the connections to the adjacent buildings, some above and below the development. This complexity requires extensive controls over design to achieve cost certainty. On the left, we see the traditional model. It starts with the program requirements, for example, a library of a certain size as provided by city staff. From this program, detailed design drawings are developed. In parallel, a short list of qualified GCs is developed through a request for qualification process. Once the drawings are complete, the city would issue a request for proposal to the qualified general contractors to build the buildings in accordance with the drawings. The result is 100% final design and fixed price. On the right, we have the city center model. Same program development by city and GC pre-qualification process. However, now the GC is retained early in the design process to help design value engineer the project, as well as build the project once the project is approved. Then the design team, including the GC, complete the design drawings, cost estimate, and go through extensive value engineering to ensure cost certainty and budget within the envelope. The GC then tenders the drawing packages, for example, concrete, electrical, to multiple trades to get a fixed price on that building component. The final price is the sum of all the tendered building components to the GC and the GC's fees for managing the construction. The key benefits are the GC is brought in early to the design phase to provide pricing, value engineering expertise, and this is key to achieving cost savings. As about 80 to 90% of the hard construction cost, i.e. what's within the GC responsibility, is tendered trades, the competitive process for trade pricing, plumbing, electrical, remains the same. As the drawing packages are developed and tendered, the overall project budget becomes clear and areas of concern can be value engineered as you go along. Next slide. Key milestones. A short list of qualified GCs by the end of July. Pre-qualified GCs then submit their proposals by the end of August. An evaluation committee will score the GC proposals based on a preset scoring matrix. The highest scoring bidder will be identified as the preferred proponent with whom the city and its advisors will negotiate a contract for council approval. Next slide, please. In September, council will have building drawings completed to about 60% and preliminary concepts for furniture and equipment, including IT and AV, which we can appreciate are fairly complex, especially in the Performing Arts Center. A cost consultant will have completed a project cost estimate based on the current state of the drawings. The estimate in September is expected to be accurate within about 20%. Council will be considering at that meeting whether the overall cost envelope is reasonable and to continue to invest in the drawing. 2, to approve the general contractor from the procurement process, who will act as an advisor until the project approval in the spring. the GC would be entitled to be compensated for their advisory effort should the project not get approved in the spring. 3, approve the design budget to get to a much higher level of cost certainty before approving the project in 2022. And this budget is currently being developed. Next slide, please. In the spring of 2022, Council is expected to have most of the building drawings complete to a point of being tender ready. The general contractor will have tendered the completed drawing package and fixed the pricing for those items. Detailed concepts and specifications for furniture and equipment, including IT and AV, will also be completed. Appropriate furniture and equipment consultants will have completed a project cost estimate. Overall, the cost certainty based on the drawing completion will be at a much higher level. At this meeting, Council will be considering approving the project budget based on the level of design and cost certainty. 2, award the general contractor based on the project cost, and he will initiate the construction process. And next slide, please. That's my brief presentation. Hope it's been helpful, and I'll certainly I'm open to questions. If there's time permitted, I will.
Yeah, there certainly is, and we do have some. Thank you as well. First, I see Councillor Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our guest or in combination with to our treasurer. When we're talking about awarding the contract to the, I think it's referred to the general contractor. So the general contractor is the one that is being recommended currently out for an RFP. Do I understand that correctly?
It's currently a request for qualification. So right now it's going to the general marketplace to identify 3 to 5 of the most qualified general contractors.
So in putting that out for them, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, so it's a 2-phase process. One is your shortlisting general contractors, and then those general contractors that are shortlisted will be bidding on a financial proposal in the later part of the summer.
Okay, that's the next question. The financial proposal, how do they bid on a financial proposal when the council isn't going to be dealing with a number of the cost ramifications or questions until fall of this year, 2021? So how would they be able to submit anything or even going to market on anything when we ourselves don't know what we're going to do until we've had a chance to look at some of the financing options, some of the questions regarding debt carrying loads, some of the questions regarding how we might borrow internally or externally. Would that not have to happen first, since that's going to impact what may or may not take place following?
The general contractors have 2 components to their price. One is the cost of all the direct staff, site supervision, equipment they'll have on site. So that'll be one bucket that they'll price, and I think they have a pretty good understanding of what's going to be required on site to build the buildings that have been identified. The second component is their fee to oversee all the trades. So they act as the master builder, and then they have all the sub-trades under them. And that's typically priced as a % of the cost of all the trades. So they'll say, you know, I want 5% of the project cost, or I want 10%. So they'll be able to have a pretty good understanding of what the project budget is and know what their fee expectation is.
How do we have the understanding of the project budget when the cost estimate on the project budget is being reviewed over the summer and coming to us in September? Is it the percentage, which isn't an actual figure that that they'll be bidding on? Or would it actually be a percentage based on what they predict that actual figure is, which we don't know right now?
It'll be based on the final project cost, but they'll have a pretty educated estimate themselves as being builders of these. So even absent a cost estimate, these guys all know pretty accurately what it's going to cost to build a library, what it's going to cost to build a youth center. So I think they'll be able to pretty accurately estimate what their fees could be.
But isn't the plans up for review right now to look at some of the COVID-19 learnings in terms of how it's going to impact designs or questions of phasing? Aren't those still on the table?
That
I would
question.
assume so. Is there someone else who could answer that, Stan, maybe?
I think what's council is happening is in order to come to council in September, we're doing two steps. One is we've hired a cost estimator to now look at the current plans and bring a cost to the city, which we're then going to fit into our financial model. But parallel with that, we're now going through and looking at pre-qualifying a general contractor, having the general contractor go through a rigid testing to ensure A, do they have the financial strength to undertake the project? B, do they have the expertise? C, are they able to do that? So that's a parallel. And you're right. But even while we're selecting the GC, we haven't locked into the final price because we are still taking advantage of learning from COVID. But as Sean Oakley has said, we currently have a preliminary design drawings. They know what basically the size of the buildings. They know that the 48 or 50-story building on top of our senior and youth center. They have a substantial design phase drawings of which they can now start to base their estimates. But we still haven't finished the actual design drawings. So we still can make changes to the process.
Stan, maybe going a little bit further, okay, and I've got some of the slides in front of me that were presented. On the slide where they talk about general contractor, city center procurement process, and I think what I heard was, so September 2021, the award of the general contract for advisory phase, not construction project. So that's 2021. And then,
Councillor, before we award the GC, the key point is number one. And point one is where I bring the financial plan. Until council approves the financial plan, no GC will be awarded.
so you're saying that when we get the report in the fall with the
Correct.
financial plan, it's going to be a separate report that we're dealing with. And then the question of the construction phase contract would be on a separate agenda item or combined together?
It might
Which
be
is very
one big-
different.
Let me make it perfectly clear. The first decision council will have to make after my presentation on the 5-year financial plan is then to decide if they want to proceed, pause, or delay.
Won't that outcome affect the next piece of it for awarding of the GC
Yes,
contract?
you're right. If council votes not to proceed, we won't move to step number 2, which is to award the contract to the GC.
So they'd be separate recommendations, separate reports. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it won't be like one big 2-page recommendation. It'll be separate. We'll identify it. Obviously, the first recommendation will be to receive and file the information. And then and I haven't developed the recommendations, but there'll be a list of recommendations for council to approve or not approve.
So let's assume going forward, okay, things pass. And I heard our consultant advise us that then we get into 2022 and approval to move forward and awarding the contract sometime and putting it out in spring of 2022. I've heard that correctly, am I right?
You are correct, sir.
Okay, our budget year, we deal with budget, and I'm going to assume 2022 budget, when will we be dealing with the budget since you're the one who's going to be presenting it? And how will we
Probably
be
of
dealing?
March probably of March of 2022.
So we'll be dealing with the budget prior to moving the recommendation to move forward, or
That's
am I-
correct.
well, how do we do that without the information that we're going to be reviewing on the issuing of the awarding the tender price if we don't have it till after
What-
that?
What I plan to do is, as part of the 2022 budget, is to bring a revised, if council approves this September, what I'm going to call the project budget ceiling. That is the ceiling that we're going to base all our costs on.
Can
So
I
if the
ask?
pro-
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Stan.
So if council approves 180 million in September, then I will be bringing in the spring a budget with the design of all the buildings based on 180 million. That's the goal of September, is to set the project ceiling cost.
Would you be
Now,
able
if-
to, Stan, to provide, rather than, because I want other members to have a chance to ask questions, and there isn't anything before us to give direction, but what might be helpful is if you could provide a spreadsheet of the breakdown of just your timelines, so that it's easy for every one of us to see exactly report A on this. We know what's coming in September, 2 different reports, and maybe what you see going forward, to put into context of timelines from what we heard from our external expert this evening from Deloitte Touche.
Yeah, that's fine, but I just want to repeat, September sets the ceiling, and there would have to be extraordinary events that would change the ceiling to bring it into spring, like maybe a pandemic.
After what we've been through, Stan, I would not rule anything out, with all due respect. So I hear you, but what I want to make sure is that we're following a logical path, and we're not, and that we don't have C getting ahead of A.
No, absolutely, I'll bring that timeline, as with council's understanding that we're developing now, with the understanding that if there are some unforeseen circumstances, I would have the indulgence of council to perhaps adjust the timeline as we get closer to the dates.
I know later today in our agenda, you have a report regarding DCs, and it gets into some debt financing and questions of debt. And when that comes up, you identify some pretty heavy debt loads that obviously are going to factor into what we do and when we do, how we do, and more importantly, when we're going to do it.
That's correct. That's why I designed that report, to be fully transparent.
No, and I think that, and I commend you on the transparency and putting out there, some of the tough information that you have to put out because we rely on that. Treasurers don't make friends when they tell the truth, and you do a great job. It's not about the friendship, it's about the facts out there, and we do appreciate it. You have to put out what you as an expert see as a risk and your timelines, and that's important to us.
And can I add some comments, please? Just to summarize at a very high level, and we wanted to make sure the presentation reflected that. There are 2 decision points for council. One is the September report, and that'll indicate the project budget. And that project budget is really important because it informs the 5-year financial plan. And council can review all the information. We'll be there to answer any question. We'll be conducting presentations. And it'll likely take the form of a budget meeting. It'll be quite an in-depth meeting and presentation where we can answer all the questions, not only of council, but of our residents. So that will be the project budget. And if we get the approval from council to proceed, the recommendations to award the GC as an advisor through that process, and the completion of the tender writing drawings will be ready to go for council to consider as well. So that work can begin. And then that number for that project budget will be reflected in the 2022 budget. And then the spring of 2022, when all the individual components have been tendered, we're able to come back to council with a fixed stipulated cost, and that will be the project cost. The project cost should be consistent with the project budget by which we did all that financial modeling, right? So that's the information that we plan to get back to council in the spring, and that'll be the second decision point for council. And should council proceed, endorse to proceed, that's when construction would begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions, and I appreciate the clarification from our CAO.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McLean?
Your worship, and just a couple of questions. The GC, do we not already have a general contractor that we've looked at or is using, or is this a different one for the whole project? Or you mentioned the typical project manager is 5 to 20%, and I take that's 5 to 20% of the total value of the project. Or can you clarify that for me, Sean?
The status, there was a general contractor that was involved with the file for a number of months. I understand he's no longer involved with the file.
Wasn't aware. Okay.
I think there might be some confusion. We have a development manager, which is Cushman Wakefield in 2.0, and now we're going to hire. The process that we're outlining in front of staff is to now hire a general contractor. Was that your question, Councillor? Or
It was, Dan. It's just confusing, but like, I know what the one project manager or contractor is costing us, percentage of the total cost. The typical project manager that Sean was talking about, he mentioned somewhere between 5 and 20% they charge. Is that the total cost of the project? Can you clarify that, Sean?
I was referring to, and Stan, I think you might have been referring to PCL's prior involvement on the project. But typically the general contractor that's overseeing all the trades, plumbing and so forth, coordinating such, taking the liability for ensuring that everything comes through, charges 5 to 10% of the project. It'll depend on, you know, sometimes they do some parts of the job directly themselves. Some guys tender out everything. But what I was trying to refer to is the fact that you're still getting all the competitive pricing on the trades. So all the plumbers will be competitively bid, all the electricians competitively bid. Yet the value you get is having the general contractor with all their construction expertise, knowledge of pricing, knowledge of other projects, involved early in the project. So if certain components become expensive, or there's issues that say the plumbers are all tied up and they just put in silly pricing, then the general contractor can step in and sort of help with the design and help identify other contractors.
Okay, so when do we get down to the short strokes about negotiating project managers' fees? Is that when the final figure comes back to us? And is he just is getting back to the 5 or 10%? That's on the total project cost. Is that correct? So
yes, I mean, there's a couple of different roles. There's the development manager that's sort of coordinating the architects and the constructors and all the other components of the project, and that's the 2.0 and the Cushman team. And this is the general contractor, which, you know, you'd be familiar with names like PCL or Ellis Don or ACOM, guys that build big buildings, and you see their signs and cranes around the city. So that's the person we're talking about, is the guy that would actually be responsible for building it versus the development manager is responsible for coordinating it.
Okay, that clarifies it for me. I was a little bit confused as to the different roles of the two groups. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Further questions? Seeing none. Mr. Oakley, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure. Look forward to the next stop.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Paul White, President of Fairport Beach Neighborhood Association, regarding ward boundary reviews.
Good Your worship. We have 7.3, Shauna Haley. On the delegation list, 7.3.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I skipped one. My apologies.
To you, your worship, it seems that
Here we go.
delegation 7.3 has been disconnected. If I may take a couple minutes to try to connect them again, it's up to you, move to the next delegation who is there, Mr. Paul White, while I try to reconnect Shauna.
Okay.
You have foresight, your worship.
I messed it up. Then we'll get it back together. Thank you. Okay, Mr. White, we're going to go with you, please.
Hello, Mr. White. Please press star 6. Through your worship, it seems like Mr. White was also disconnected. If I could just have a couple minutes, if you indulge, to try to reconnect Mr. White and Shauna.
And okay, I'm sorry. Where are we again, Catalina?
We are delegation 7.3, but delegation 7.5 are connected to the meeting and ready to get if you wish to move forward.
All right, let's go with that then, just to move things along. This is Mr. Amendolia.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity. We are the consultants, as you recall, for the ward boundary review study, and we are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Councilor Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation, at our last executive meeting, the matter was referred to council, and I understand you had an opportunity to look at a revision by a member of council as another option. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you elaborate on what your thoughts were on the revisions and pros and cons, and is it defendable or not defendable?
In general, there were a couple of modifications that we were asked to look at. One in the western portion of the municipality, and one dealing more with the central business area around the areas of Brock Road, Finch, 401, Liverpool Road. So with regard to one of the modifications, the one I spoke to with regard more focusing on the western portion of the municipality, we didn't find too many issues when evaluated against the guiding principles. It didn't have a major impact with regard to population, and we felt that it could be a defensible modification. A couple of issues that we did have were with regard to some of the proposed boundaries between the proposed wards 3 and wards 2. One issue was some of the boundary is a little bit not unclear, but it follows neighborhoods and I think settlement patterns, where the consultant proposed options tend to be a little clearer in most cases, trying to follow either be it creeks or rivers, or in most cases, major arterial roads. The other issue, I think, from the consultant's point of view, again, when evaluated against the guiding principles, was I think the intention from at least the discussion at the council meeting was to come up with an option that focused a little more on the existing 2020 or the 2022 population for the next election, and basically looking at something that was an interim option. And in our opinion, the option that we were provided with, while it meets the first point I spoke about, that it does provide a better population parity in the short term, we feel as the consultants that by going down to the 401, so basically what the option does is it, if I could describe the area, it takes the boundary and goes south along Liverpool Road, all the way down to the 401, and then up, I think, using the hydro corridor. And so it's basically taking a finger, if you will, out of Ward 2 and bringing it into Ward 3. So as the consultant team, we couldn't find a good rationale as to why we would bring the boundary there to fix population parity. We feel that other options we've looked at, or other options that we've vetted, for example, modifying, our options 1 and 2 that we presented by using Finch as a boundary line, or even the option 3 that we presented, if the focus was on achieving better population parity in 2020 or in the short term, that there's better ways to get around it, being more in line with the guiding principles. And we have Dr. Williams online as well, if he wants to add anything, because I know he studied that area fairly closely.
Is Dr. Williams going to add anything before my subsequent question, or Dr. Williams?
Apparently not, Councilor.
Muted?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
There I am. Okay. All right. Thank you. I would just add the general observation that the proposal that we looked at really did not have an obvious rationale as it related to the principles. It's taking a large chunk out of the center of the city, if you will, and creating an extension on Ward 3 that really did not accomplish very much in terms of any of the principles. The lines that were used, somewhat questionable, but the whole rationale for having a ward of that design, taking out a certain core part of the older part of the city, did not really appear to have any real benefit to the systems or to the options that we had proposed originally.
Subsequent question, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of looking at it in the context of the options, I think what I heard you say is that it would not be defensible. But I also understand that you felt that it would be so undefensible that even the status quo would even be better than that. Can you clarify, are you supporting the status quo option, or would that be defendable, more defendable, or since those were some of the things that we talked about at the last meeting, and one way or another we have to make a decision on something this evening?
If I were to put them in some order, obviously we would endorse the options that we provided to you. The status quo would be a poor second to that, and to some extent this additional option would be ranked even lower than that. I really don't feel that it has a lot of credibility in the light of the principles we're following, and that even the status quo is not defensible in the light of the changes that have occurred in Pickering since it was put in place.
Can you also just reiterate a little bit about the process that the community has, if the community was to decide that they were not comfortable with the decision that council makes? I think there were two pieces. One that you shared was the status quo, which is non-appealable, but can be petitioned. And then a decision, if it was made, is appealable, if a decision was made on an option. Can you sort of clarify that a bit? There may be
Okay,
some
well-
confusion.
Right. Well, let's go back through that then. Any decision council makes is, in a sense, not the last decision unless the land tribunal or whatever it's now called is asked to review it. A decision on the part of council to essentially do nothing, in other words, to retain the status quo, could be appealed under provisions of the Act by 500 residents, 500 electors who would sign a petition and present that to council requesting a change in the current system. If council again chooses not to act, then anyone who signed that petition could take it on to the land tribunal and seek a hearing, presumably in favor of some sort of change. The question of whether that is an easy thing to do, of course, is open. But it's really a case of saying, if council chooses not to do anything, that is open. Now, should that kind of a petition be submitted, council could, of course, still go back to pick up the things that we've talked about. We've given you some options. Council could, in fact, then implement one of those options, and presumably the petitioners may choose not to go forward. If a petition is taken to the board, to the tribunal rather, of course, it will be the tribunal that decides whether your whether your decision is to be upheld or overruled at that level. You would have to go and make a case before the tribunal, and I mean by that the city would have to make a case before the tribunal that the existing system is perfectly acceptable. It is better than the other choices you've been given. In my view, personally, that would be a tall order, but you would certainly have that prerogative, and the tribunal might agree with you. If you pass a bylaw, let's say to implement the proposal that you're referring to that's come up now, if that were the will of council to say that's the bylaw, then that's a simpler process, because any resident, any elector rather, within the city could submit a request to have that decision reviewed by the tribunal, and that is a process that's spelled out in the legislation.
So,
and that could just to complete, that could result in the same outcome, where it's the tribunal that decides whether that bylaw is suitable, or indeed whether there may be any other model, any other alternatives that could be could be used in the next election.
So 500 is a petition for, we'll say, status quo. The other is only one elector could appeal it. You don't need a petition of 500 if a decision is made to pick an option.
Yeah.
Do I understand that correctly?
That's right. If there has been a bylaw passed for any changes at all, that could be appealed by a single elector.
In the previous meeting, you shared with some case example, I guess it was decision, I think it was Ottawa, if I remember correct, or one municipality. Can you just summarize that again so I didn't misunderstand, or nobody's misunderstanding it, what that case was and how it, what the learnings were from that?
I'm trying to remember exactly which one we had. There was the case involving the city of Hamilton.
Sorry,
where,
you're probably right. My apologies.
Council took it upon itself to recommend amendments to proposals that we had made. That decision was appealed by a resident who appeared, and that was a hearing that lasted, I have a recollection of it, took 7 days of hearing. So you're looking at legal costs and all the rest, in which that petitioner argued that council had made an inappropriate choice, had implemented a bylaw that was not defensible. Now, that petitioner had his own alternatives, but in the end, the board basically did not accept that but in effect went back to what we had originally recommended, and in so many words said, you had a perfectly good alternative. It had been vetted by the public. It had had all kinds of reviews and considerations and all the rest of it. You should use that. And the board basically implemented what we had recommended several months earlier ahead of all of this long process of review. So the story there is that a decision that is not necessarily consistent with the kinds of principles we're looking at or the kind of process that were followed could end up with, in that case, it was still the OMB, basically saying to the city, this is the system you've got, and the one you picked yourself is not acceptable.
I guess you wouldn't know what the costs were to defend that for the 7-day hearing, I guess.
No, I wouldn't want to guess on that, I'm
I guess
afraid.
it's substantive.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was substantial, yes, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions. I mean, obviously, we'll get a chance to discuss it when the item comes on the floor, but I appreciate the latitude and the clarity of our external experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ash?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will pass. Councillor Brenner asked my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to the delegate. My question is, apparently, if we do decide to pick option 1, 2, or 3, would then residents could appeal that decision, though?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is open. I mean, that's a possibility. My perspective would be that if residents felt that there were sufficient flaws in there that they wish to appeal it, they could do so. But the difference in this scenario would be those are options which we have provided to you independently and which we have taken through an extensive period of public consultation. And so, to my view, at the level of the tribunal, there would be a very strong case to say it's not perfect, but it's certainly a valid approach and an improvement on the status quo.
So you stated, as I believe Councillor Brennan was stating, if we pick status quo, and then it would take 500 people to appeal as names in there. So if this does go to the land tribunal, what would be the next process then? Say if they win, then what happens?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the question. Sorry.
So the question is, say for example, if we come up with 500 names, residents come up with 500 names, and I guess the next stage would be it goes through the appeal process.
Well, the next stage would be that if it's a petition, council would have the opportunity to respond to that, depending on what the petition asks you to do. You could try to respond to it in some fashion, and the petitioners may be happy with that response, or they may say that they would still rather have the tribunal make the decision. So I think that I hope is the direction your question was going.
Yeah. So what I'm getting is, can the residents dictate us saying that they would rather have option 1, 2, or 3 as when they appeal the process?
Well, again, that may be the content, and who knows? It may be the content of a petition. The petition to you may say, "Council, please go back and look at the options, and please pick option X, whatever it might be." You may, in your collective judgment, say, "No, we're not doing that." They could go ahead, or you may decide, in the light of that petition, to revisit the question and make a choice, which may mean the petition goes no further, or not. And it would really depend on what the petition specifically asked you to do. Could be as simple as change the current system and leave it open-ended, or it may say, please pick option 1 or the other. Those are both possible ideas.
So in other words, we could, as the council, could have a final decision in order to pick the option 1, 2, or 3?
That's possible. As I said, it would really depend on what kind of a direction a petition might ask you to take.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. No, Councillor Pickles?
Mr. Mayor, just a few questions. I don't want to belabor this, and I particularly don't want to belabor the option that that I put forward, but a couple quick questions. So, Jack, you listened in the executive committee meeting that we had that dealt with the ward boundaries. Would you agree that although the options 1, 2, 3, and even the status quo were discussed, that there was really no clear consensus amongst council?
Based on what I heard, yeah, I would agree that there was no consensus on the options.
Okay, and would you agree that the main point that was discussed a number of times was the unequal, I don't know if that's the best word there, but or the inequity of the population amongst the 3 wards? So if we look at option 2, for example, the distribution population in the wards or representation by population was, one ward was 50%, one ward was 40%, and the other ward was 10%. I seem to recall that there was quite a bit of discussion over the inequitability of that distribution, at least for the 2022 election. Would you agree that was one of the main factors discussed?
Yes, I agree that population parity as well as future growth were definitely significant components of the conversation that day.
Oh, and you will recall that I discussed at the time that perhaps there was a way to phase in option 2, maybe in 2 steps, and that I would go back and look at that and discuss it with my colleagues. So you recall that?
I do.
Okay. So in the proposal that I put forward, and I don't really know what other to call it other than sort of phase 1 of option 2, and that's not your title for it, I'll just call it that. So for the area in Ward 3 that is north of Ward 1, so I'll say north of the railway, the western boundary would be the town line, the northern boundary would be the 3rd concession, and the eastern boundary would be Dixie. So you're familiar with the block of land. I think it was on one of the maps that I had prepared.
Yes.
Okay. So in my proposal, that block would transfer from Ward 3 to Ward 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your option 2, that area would transfer from Ward 3 to Ward 1. Is that correct? Exactly the same?
Correct.
Okay. So to the east, in order to equalize the population, I had proposed that the area from the town line with Ajax, along the 401, up the hydro corridor, and to Duffins Creek was a block that I identified that could be transferred from Ward 3 to Ward 2. And I identified that section. Would you agree that that's what I proposed there?
Correct, yes.
And in your option 2, was that same area not transferred from Ward 3 to Ward 2?
Sorry, in our option 2, did we transfer that area from Ward 3 to Ward 2?
Yes.
No.
Are you sure?
I'm looking at option 2 right now. So in our option 2, the line between Ward 3 and Ward 1 and Ward 2 is concession 3.
So, but the area that I identified in my map is within the area that transfers from Ward 3 to Ward 2. Maybe not as much as you had identified, but that area is part of the transfer to Ward 2.
Sorry, are you saying from the existing system?
Yes,
Correct, yes.
correct. So I'm just going back to, that was the basis of my suggestion as an intern step. It's consistent with the transfers that you would have, that you propose in work, although not fully. So again, just to go back to the population distribution, and in your option 2, amongst the 3 awards, it was sort of 50-40-10. In what I proposed for 2022, would you say that they were much more equal, if not fairly equal, in distribution amongst the 3 awards for 2022?
Yeah, I would go back to my original comment. I think from a population parity perspective, the changes that were proposed do provide better population parity, with the caveat that in the short term. In the longer term, we run into similar issues in any of the options we looked at. But yes, in the short term, from strictly a population parity perspective, the numbers work out. Yes.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, 2022 was the concern that I had, and a number of the councils had. Your model for 2026 and 2030 is better to be fully implemented. So I just wanted, a couple of people have sort of questioned, and maybe even yourself did, what the rationale was. So I think I just sort of walked you through what the rationale for that proposal was. And I Mr. Mayor, I won't belabor it any longer, but that is the rationale.
We thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Your worship, and thank you for your professional advice and report. Just to recap, your organization has been in business for a number of years. How many years has Watson been in business?
I think since I should probably know this offhand, but I believe it's 1982 that Cam Watson started the business.
And how many ward boundary reviews have you done through the province?
Upwards of 30, I believe.
30? And what have you found to be your biggest obstacle in implementing your recommendations? Is it council interference, or councilors not wanting their base being watered down, or is there a main reason why you would get some pushback from councilors?
It's a great question, and I mean, truthfully, I wouldn't say that council interference or retention of voters has been a significant issue in the ward boundaries that we've encountered. I'd be lying if I said that discussion doesn't come up, but I would not call it a significant obstacle that we've encountered. Dr. Williams has been doing this a lot longer than I have, and could comment again, but in my experiences, I wouldn't say a significant obstacle, no.
So when this process has started, correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression that you interviewed each member of council to get an idea what their thoughts were, but you didn't interview them to affect your judgment or affect your recommendation. Our input was just our thoughts as to how we would like to see at the end results. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a component of the study that as we come in, as we've said, we come in with experiences, best practices, case law, but we want to learn as much as we can about the unique circumstances of the municipality we are working within. And that's really what we look to council and staff to help us with, is to identify issues. But you're right, we're not asking for a map of boundaries. We're asking basically for awareness and education.
Perfect. With, if I can call it the Pickles proposal, was that particular boundary changes looked at through your process or considered, or?
We look at every time we're asked to look at a modification or another option, we look at it through the same lens. We look at the existing system, our options, or anything that we're asked to look at through the lens. And that lens is what I said, it's best practices, it's case law, and it's the guiding principles that help frame this study. So yeah, it was evaluated the same way as any other option.
Good. And one other question. Could you just expand on the case law that that you have to be guided by when you're looking at ward boundary changes as far as the inclusiveness of certain groups of people?
Yeah, but I can, but I'm gonna actually pass this over to our expert who could answer it, I'm sure, better than I can. Bob, do you want to take that one?
The question of the case law, of course, is it's not hard and fast. It's guidance. It's how to understand what we're trying to accomplish in these kinds of reviews. We look at principles that were set out at the start. They're very general. Representation by population is probably the easiest one to be definitive about. The others are not quite as clear. Population growth, of course, there are resources to use for that. The other ones are a little less firm. There are insights that we need to draw from that. The original case law, of course, was not talking about intensive population concentrations, but when we build on that within a municipal context, we are looking at neighborhoods. We're looking at the built environment. We're looking at the nature of housing. And that's an indirect way of talking about, on the one hand, population, but also about a community of interest. And the community of interest is not to say that everybody's got to have the same perspectives on every question, but it's basically how that part of the municipality fits into the bigger whole. And in that context, again, it's not so much who the people are, but the kind of issues I just talked about. So this review has never been about the particular, let's say, language groups or other social indicators as a basis for creating a ward system. It's based on the neighborhood, the age of the housing, the density of the population. Those are the things that help delineate what a neighborhood is, as well as things like major roadways or other factors that tend in most Canadian cities to almost draw lines around these small parts. And of course, in a city like Pickering, there are probably easily 40 or 50 of those kinds of collections that are different in many ways. And we've got to try to put them into, in effect, 3 piles. And so we have to work with the things we can measure and the things that we can identify relatively easily.
That was the case up in Seaton, or the new Seaton, that you looked at, the changing demographics and amount of growth happening there in the next 5, 10, 15 years, I take it. So these recommendations are for the future, not for this term or the next term, but these recommendations are to make things a little bit more equitable from a voting perspective per voter, and also a little bit more equitable for community members to get involved and get elected to their council. That'd be a fair.
Yes, I would agree with that. Part of the dilemma, of course, is that you've got such a long time to catch up. These boundaries were drawn when the municipality was half the size, with only 3 parts, huge territory to cover. It's very difficult to say there's a single right way to do it, but we try to bring it to the present with an idea that we know change will happen, and we don't want to have to change this for not just for 2022, but again in 2026. Gives it a bit of time for people to get used to the new system before another change is brought about. And those kinds of changes at other levels happen quite regularly.
Okay, thank you very much for providing me that.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no further questions, so I will release the delegation. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your input this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, get me back on track. Who are we going to go with next? Ms. Haley?
Yes, Your Worship.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can, and I apologize for confusing everybody.
No problem. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today about the importance of accessible playgrounds in our city and for considering my petition to create a fully accessible playground for Pickering. In just 1 month, this petition has gained more than 500 signatures from Pickering residents and has gained attention and momentum across Durham region. It has been featured in the Pickering News Advertiser and more recently on Global News Durham. Disability affects people from all walks of life, and this petition is attracting diverse families from across Durham region to take notice. This puts Pickering in the unique position of taking the lead on this matter within Durham region. Could we go to the second slide, please? According to the Provincial Advocate for Children and Youth, 1 in 9 children in Ontario, or 14%, have special needs. These children deserve equal access to playgrounds. Being made to sit on the sidelines affects not only their mental and physical health, but the attitudes of the able-bodied children who don't get to see their disabled peers participating with them. It sends a message that the city is okay with marginalizing children who are different from them, rather than modeling inclusivity so that children of all ability levels are able to play side by side. Next slide, please. The goal of the AODA was for Ontario to be fully accessible to people with disabilities by the year 2025. And yet the vast majority of our playgrounds are still inaccessible to many children with disabilities. In fact, there are some children and parents in our community who cannot access even one of our playgrounds. Next slide, please. All children deserve the right to feel like they belong in society. How can we expect children with disabilities to feel this way when they learn from early childhood that they don't belong on the playground or that they aren't worth the cost to include them? You don't need any special skills to play on a playground in Pickering. You don't need to be rich or poor, black or white, gay or straight. You just need to be able-bodied. Next slide, please. How would you feel as a parent watching your child with disabilities be forced to sit on the sidelines because they can't access play equipment? How would you feel as a parent with disabilities being unable to accompany your child to the playground or play with them or even supervise them because you can't access that playground? Next slide, please. Harper's Playground is an organization based in the United States that is creating accessible playgrounds using the design concept of radically inclusive. After consulting their manual, which outlines the concept in more detail, I think that this is a good framework to embrace in Pickering. Please watch this introduction to their concept. And please play the video. Sorry, I'm not able to watch along.
Essence,
Is it
Harper's
working?
Playground is a movement to make the world a more inclusive place.
This message of inclusivity is gaining traction. Inspired by Cody, a few parents in Iowa built and opened an inclusive playground. And Cody now hosts workshops to teach others how to make their own Harper's Playground.
We met an individual who didn't actually realize that it was an inclusive playground. They just realized that it was a park for everyone. It's just natural. And I think that's one of the things I think is kind of epic about this design process. Give me a spin. Spin it. There it is.
We were a group of adults playing and climbing and laughing and having fun. This isn't a place for kids anymore. This is a place for community. Play! I really look forward to seeing this shift happen, and I want to help make it happen.
Ready? Think about Pete Rose. How fun is that?
All right, next slide, please. So what are accessible playgrounds? Accessible playgrounds should be built based on universal design. They do not need separate accessible features for people with disabilities. They should have features like play equipment, planter boxes, or benches that are of different heights and sizes to meet the needs of more people. These playgrounds should have smooth, even surfacing, which allows access to play equipment with minimal effort. The design provides adequate space for all people to access and maneuver around play equipment and features, regardless of mobility. The surface would ideally be poured rubber, which is smooth, level, and shock absorbent. The great thing about universal design is that it benefits everyone, including able-bodied people. Many parents would prefer their kids play on poured rubber as it limits injuries during falls. It facilitates not only mobility devices, but also strollers, which many parents bring to the playground with younger siblings. Engineered wood chips, which are the current surfacing in all of our parks in Pickering, require a high level of commitment to maintenance. As a loose fill material, it needs frequent raking and topping up as it deteriorates. It's the most cost-effective material, but it has more ongoing costs associated with it. It is not ideal for people using mobility devices. It is only considered accessible under specific standards which require it to be regularly raked to be flat and compact. Next slide, please. The Harper's Playground concept uses radically inclusive designs as the cornerstone of their playgrounds. Their playgrounds are inviting and accessible to all, with circular seating and smooth surfaces that accommodate wheelchairs, strollers, and those with decreased mobility. There is excellent visibility across the playground, which allows for parents to safely supervise multiple children. The natural landscaping allows people in wheelchairs and with limited mobility the chance to experience a beautiful setting that is often inaccessible to them. Please watch this video to see what a radically inclusive playground
Our hill was
experience is like.
With a spiral walkway so that wheelchairs can actually get some speed going. What we love seeing is wheelchairs rolling alongside skateboards. The slide has got a double wide on two sides so a caregiver and their child can go together.
When you look at these playgrounds, there's an entire philosophy that underpins them.
So we call our design principles radically inclusive through 3 levels of inviting. The space has to be physically inviting. So if you use wheels, you can get absolutely everywhere. And then we say it should be socially inviting, circular seating areas, communal gathering spaces, and the use of nature. And then the 3rd level is what we call emotionally inviting, and that's by using art, good design lines, music, things that put us in an even better emotional state.
We feature sea turtles because the sea turtle really struggles on land to get around, but in water, they soar like an eagle. And a big part of our theory is that if you create the right environment, everyone can fly.
We started out with the vision of making something that would work for Harper. And what we ended up realizing is that by designing for her, we designed something for everyone.
Next slide, please. Some playgrounds are being called accessible because they have certain features which present a very limited view of disabilities. For example, some playgrounds have what they call a transfer area on stairs so that people in wheelchairs can transfer onto the stairs and pull themselves up the rest of the stairs to the play structure. This meets the need of some wheelchair users, but calling this accessible presents a limited and harmful perspective that all wheelchair users have the upper body strength and ability to pull themselves upstairs. A universal design approach addresses these types of accessibility issues while including people of all ability levels. Next slide, please. The Enabling Accessibility Fund. This is a wonderful and timely opportunity which we have to access funding has just been made available through Employment and Social Development Canada. Eligible organizations can apply for a minimum of $350,000 and a maximum of $1 million per project. The City of Pickering could complete an application for a mid-sized project that could conceivably fund both renovations to existing playgrounds and the creation of a brand new, fully accessible playground build on principles of universal design. We could take the lead and be Durham Region's first state-of-the-art playground that is inclusive both for children with disabilities and caregivers with disabilities. Projects will begin April 1st, 2022 and must be completed by March 31st, 2024. Next slide, please. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns and ideas for the future of accessible playgrounds in Pickering. We have the opportunity to show leadership within Durham Region for inclusion through creating a fully accessible playground in Pickering and renovating some of our outdated playgrounds into radically inclusive playgrounds. As we continue to grow as the city, we need to think about the type of city we wish to be. Our parks and playgrounds are what bring our community together, and Pickering should be embracing the diversity of our community. Inclusivity is about more than being AODA compliant or handicap accessible. It's about respecting the diverse experiences and perspectives of all community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sienna, for your presentation tonight. I know you put a lot of time into it, also for when you met with me to go over what your concerns were. Would you be able to share with council? I understand you met with the Accessibility Committee because I think that's one of the entry points. You've already done that, am I correct?
Yeah.
And from your meeting with the Accessibility Committee, in your suggestion today, do I understand that you feel comfortable with there is a recommendation that hopefully will come forward and be carried tonight in correspondence for staff to apply for the funds. You're comfortable with that recommendation as in our agenda?
Absolutely.
And finally, if this does pass, and I'm confident that it should this evening, would you be agreeable to again meet with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, since while they will play an important role, you equally play an important role in terms of a parent's input into some of the barriers that adults that are disabled may not have the same understanding as you would have when you bring your child to the playground and is unable to participate. Would you feel comfortable with being part of a subgroup from the Accessibility Committee if they were looking at that to guide this process along?
Absolutely, I would. And I'm also a member of the Family Advisory Council for Grandview Children's Center, Grandview Kids. I would be more than happy to liaise with them as well to consult with maybe some other children with more multiple perspectives of disability and make sure that their views are represented as well.
Excellent. Thank you again, and thank you for your commitment and all the research you did to put together an excellent presentation tonight for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for your support.
Any further questions of the delegation? Hearing none. Ms. Haley, thank you very much. We really do appreciate what you have done here this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I believe our next delegation is Mr. Paul White with regard to ward boundary review.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'd like to thank Watson and Associate Economics Limited for doing this study on ward boundary changes. From the report, the existing ward boundaries fail to meet two main challenges: providing for population parity between wards and accommodating future population trends. Population data for 2020 suggests that 2 of the 3 wards are outside the acceptable range of variance. Without any adjustment, the disparities between wards will continue. It is also probably important for council to consider adopting the ward boundary review policy that commits the municipality to review its ward boundaries after 3 elections or when population growth reaches a predetermined threshold. Leaving such an integral part of Pickering's democratic system unaddressed for more than 47 years, should be unacceptable to the residents of Pickering. Electoral reviews should be proactive and routine, not reactive and discretionary. What I did is I looked back at the 2018 election and the number of votes that were cast for you gentlemen. And what I did is I crunched the numbers out of the total number of eligible voters in each ward or across the city. And Mayor Ryan, on that basis, you received 14.4% of the eligible vote across Pickering. Mr. Ash, 11%, Mr. McLean, 12%, Mr. Pickles, 9.7%, Mr. Brenner, 9%, Mr. Cummings, 11.5%, and Mr. Butt, 6.7%. And that's based not on the people, on the number of votes cast, but out of the total number of eligible voters in each ward or across the city. Gentlemen, I come before you tonight to ask that any of you that may vote against doing nothing with the ward boundaries, what is your rationale for doing so? And with all the information provided in the study and recommendations to pick an option now, why you commissioned the study to the tune of $65,000? Why would you kick it down the road for another 4 or 8 years only to create a more untenable problem? If new councilors are elected next term in 2022, they inherit the situation that will only progressively get worse. You as incumbents have the experience, and now with the knowledge attained from this comprehensive report and review, to move towards bringing the wards into sync or align them going forward during this decade. I can only assume that if you decide on no change, you have other motives for making no changes now. You never intended to make any change in the first place. You don't want to lose any voter base that you presently have. You don't want to have to go out and knock on new doors. As I said at the start, our democracy is very fragile and paper thin. We only have to look what happened in Washington, January 6, 21. I would argue that none of you have any resemblance of a majority of voter confidence based on the numbers quoted from the 2018 election. Even though only 10% more or less of the people have voted in your respective wards in Pickering voted you into office, you are elected to represent even the silent majority. Instead of waiting till a problem gets ahead of the solution, the remedy has been presented to you in the form of this study that was comprehensive and involved public consultation. It's not too late to change your mind and cast your vote for positive change going into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of the delegation? Hearing none, Ms. White, thank you. Our next delegation is, I believe, Mr. Bory on the same topic.
Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Bory, and I wish to speak about the ward boundary review. Tonight, the motion before Council is not about what benefits any Council member's wants, needs, desires, nor any future political ambitions. The motion plus the well-studied and investigated recommendation to accept is entirely about what is right, what is needed, and what is required for the residents of Pickering now and going forward into the future with Pickering's predicted ever-increasing population, including its shifting population ward distribution. The $65,000 study states, one of the basic premises of representative democracy in Canada is the belief that the geographic areas used to elect a representative should be reasonably balanced with one another in terms of population. Pickering's current wards were established based on population counts and population distribution from 1974. The population has increased 150% since then. The interim report and the discussion paper states, quote, the wards do not represent Pickering in an equitable way, and as growth continues to develop, these wards will continue to grow further out of parity. It is more than obvious that the Pickering of 1974, when the wards were established, in no way resemble the Pickering of 2021 nor of 2031. Population data from 2016 and 2020 indicates that the wards are imbalanced in population and its accompanying distribution. As stated in the already paid for report, we also urge Council to appreciate that there is probably no right time to adjust the wards, but that choosing to postpone a decision, for example, forecast growth has taken place in Seton, will perpetuate a system that is already unsound and inequitable. It is difficult to justify maintaining a flawed system just because it has a history. Inaction and procrastination by this Council in dealing with the inadequacies of the current ward system is unacceptable. Leaving such an integral part of Pickering's democratic system unaddressed for more than 40 years should be unacceptable to the residents of the city. In the future, electoral reviews should be proactive and routine, not reactive and discretionary. And that was quoted direct from the study. Should this Council decline to act now on this $65,000 report that has been professionally researched and vetted through residential input, would essentially indicate to the city residents that this Council believes retaining the 1974 ward system still serves Pickering well. This study clearly indicates that the current ward system deficiencies have led the consultant team to conclude that the current ward boundary system no longer serves the residents of Pickering well and ought to be changed. The public engagement efforts throughout this review have been largely consistent with this review, with this view. Again, taken directly from the study. The report states that this is not a comment on the way these individual councilors perform their responsibilities, but an observation on the fact that Pickering has not adjusted its system of representation to recognize the changes in the community and the growth and responsibilities that the city itself must address. All tax-paying residents of Pickering demand that they deserve equal representation on all issues pertaining to the governing of the municipality. The current ward distribution is highly inequitable, and if not acted upon immediately, will only further enhance and magnify the current inequities. The time is now for this council to address the inadequacies in the current outdated ward system, as delaying will only further increase and magnify these inadequacies. Further, a new solution was put forward by Councilor Pickles tonight that is not, as already stated upon, is not an option. It is not. To remain status quo should not be an option. And if a new proposal is to be brought forth by Councilor Pickles, the public should have time to vet that and to comment on that before any vote takes place. At this point, a brand new option should not and will not be acceptable. Thank you very much, and I'm taking any questions now.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Seeing none, Mr. Bory, thank you very much. Our next delegation is Bernie Douglas on the same topic.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Douglas.
I was just listening to the last representative, and I think representative democracy is always a work in progress. So I've got a few comments. Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor Ryan and councilors. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the council tonight. You know, I'm Bernie Douglas, and I've lived in Pickering for over 15 years. I want to address the same report, the Ward Boundaries Commission report. First, I agree with Mayor Ryan's analysis, as reported in the Durham News, that this is a good report, that the goals of democratic expectations of effective, equitable, and accurate reflection of contemporary distribution of communities and people across the municipality. Unfortunately, I do agree with the previous speaker in the citing that council has not added any members to council and not increased representation since 1974 as the population has tripled, I guess. The council, and now not to go through all the details, you know the makeups of the ward. There are a few anomalies that Pickering has 3 regional councilors and only 2 city councilors. So I think the city is really underrepresented given the imbalance in population. And not that any place that population is perfect in democratic societies, but we open ourselves to accusations of gerrymandering when we have certain interests and we continue to maintain a small group of people controlling those interests and not expanding representation. While respecting the professional integrity of the councilors and their views at times, and the fact that many good developments have taken place under the councilors and Mayor Ryan, and the new expansions in Dufferin Heights, Brock Ridge, and Seton. Nonetheless, the stresses on infrastructure and other activities that have expanded both the stress upon transportation and other issues in the area call for an expanded representation of those people directly affected in these expanding areas. Now, Pickering as a whole is expected to grow by 50% over the next 10 years. This demonstrates that Pickering is overdue for a change to provide more equitable representation at City Council. By what I don't mean equality in that all voters will have the same impact. I mean, we all know that democracies are imperfect and constantly a work in progress. Nonetheless, when they become so out of balance in a developing area, it's incumbent upon this council to recognize the professional integrity of this report and to act on it as soon as possible. I don't want to get into too many details because I listened to many of the details cited by the previous speaker, all of which I more or less agree with, although it's somewhat hard to represent all sides when we have already made up our mind. keeping an open mind to this, the report is clear. There's nothing to impede the council in taking immediate action to remedy the lack of parity. Parity is important in these times when democracies are under challenge for various reasons. And no doubt the economic pressures are continuing and development remains good but should be controlled in a reasonable manner. Now, the Durham News reported that council reviewed just one option, namely to change the boundaries of all wards and make them more fairly distributed for populations that are projected in the future. I find this option less than ideal, given that it doesn't address the issue. There has been no increase in the number of city councilors since 1974, despite the fact that Pickering has more than doubled in population since then. We're all aware of the challenges that democracy is taking place throughout the Western world, and the accusations of not representing people fairly and equitably are well known. Why hasn't council approved any option that would see the election of new seats on council? This would provide greater opportunity for diversity, bring additional new perspectives to the table, and benefit both electors and the council. The recent Durham News Report article stated that Mayor Ryan wishes to take no action and allow the boundaries to remain in place. Although he agrees that this is a good report, you know, I think Mayor Ryan has cited the obvious value of this report and should take action on this. Taking no action would be a great disservice to Pickering constituents, and particularly to the constituents of Ward 3, who with 44% of population very much is underrepresented in council. Regarding the reluctance to change the status quo, the report contends any claim that residents are familiar with certain arrangements that change may be disruptive, and often the main arguments for retaining the status quo are often the main arguments for retaining the status quo. Ward boundaries are temporary groupings of communities and neighborhoods for the purpose of electing municipal representatives. Prolonging their use for the sake of convenience or indifference in the face of demonstrable weaknesses is not justifiable. Now, I could go on with more and more details, but the report further states that residents, among other things, should be satisfied with the integrity of the entire review and understand the decisions made by council. While this may be true in some regard, in my opinion, if the council decides to defer making the decision and consequently does not take action to remedy the ward imbalance before the next election, it will be a great disservice to Pickering and in particular to residents of Ward 3. It would also be a sign of the dysfunctional council in failing to decide to take action before the next election for the greater good of electors. How's my time? I got a few more things to say. I don't want to bore you guys.
You have
there is
3 minutes.
How much many are you? Okay. There is a chart in the report showing that none of the other municipalities in Durham has as low a ratio of local councilors to population as Pickering, except for Ajax, which has a more stable population base. The report specifically questions the accountability of only 3 city councilors in offering great grassroots connections with populations of over 90,000. The report makes clear that this is an issue of accountability and is not meant to question the ability of those local councilors doing good service to those 90,000 residents. Ward 3 in particular has urban and rural communities and continues to have special communities, townships and hamlets that have historic and cultural ties to the land. Communities such as Green River and Claremont need special attention vis-a-vis any plans for development, in particular in the development of reserved federal lands where communities in Ward 3 are in proximity. Although the reserved federal lands matter, Pickering Town Council has thrown its support behind the initiative to develop and should likewise place special consideration and support for the well-being of rural communities that will be impacted the most. This unparalleled project is enough of a reason to elect at least one along another strong voice to council to represent the interests of Ward 3. In closing, I remind councillors that the consultant's report on the ward systems in Pickering came at a price to taxpayers. I agree with Mayor Ryan's analysis in the Durham News that it is a good report. The report is clear that the present system is not optimal for any of the wards and is particularly inequitable for Ward 3 with 43% of Pickering's population in its boundaries. Continue to grow fast. Understanding that there are similar reviews in 2005 for Pickering and no changes to the ward system were taken. Please do not delay in fixing the inequities at this time. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Pickles?
Mayor Ryan, and I'll be fairly quick. Thank you. It's Bernie, right? It's Bernie for your
correct, yeah.
comments. So I think you know, it sounds like you read the report, but the consultants did put forward options for, I'll say, increasing the number of counties. And let me say, I think you're probably in the minority when you say that we should.
Councillor, questions for clarity, please.
Yeah. So to be clear, you were what you were suggesting is adding additional counselors.
That's correct.
Adding additional counselors to the existing 7 we have already in Pickering. Is that?
Yes, more counselors. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's why I say I think you're in the minority. So
well, being in the minority does not make it inappropriate to propose it.
I'm just saying I haven't heard that very often.
Okay, well, I think it's time.
In your discussion, you were talking about 44% of the population being in Ward 3. But I just wanted, you're aware that option 2 by the consultants reduces the population of Ward 3 from 44% to 11%. You were aware of.
But the problem still remains that with the increasing population, they'll be underrepresented as inappropriate to the population compared to the way they were represented in 1974. In other words, the representation per population is less than a third. So I recognize that there are many interests involved, but my feeling is that these interests may be in conflict with the greater democratic good. That's my only interest.
Well, thank you for your well-researched comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope to hear good news. Thanks very much,
Councilor. Don't go away, Mr. Douglas. Don't go away. Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Did I hear you say that you thought there was only 2 local councillors, 3 regionals and 2 locals?
No, I said there were 3. I never would say there were 2. There are 3 local and 3 regional. No.
Okay, I must have misunderstood you. And I think your comment about more council, I think that's something that, would you agree, should be looked at as our population grows by another 60, 70, 80,000 people maybe as time.
Councillor McLean, same as I asked Councillor Pickles. Questions for clarity, please?
Yeah. Would you agree that that's?
No, not would you agree. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas, for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Council. Hope you have a good night. And take care.
Thank you very much. And councillors, thank you, but we got to keep on track here, okay?
Thanks. Bye.
Councillor, next delegation is Mr. Steele on the same topic.
Hello there, can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ryan, and good evening, councillors. I'm not going to take too long because I have listened to the 3 previous delegations, and they all had good points. I have taken the video off my computer, and I am now on the PDF for the study. I am in favor of the Watson's report, as Kevin Ash, Councillor Ash, and Mayor Ryan and others have said it's a very good report, and it is. I think what it boils down to is true representation. And true representation means Ward 3 bases now looks after the rural area. And I think that's long past due. You know, and I know, you gentlemen, that the next election is coming in 22, and you have, as incumbents, you already have a few points lead before anybody nominates themselves as a candidate. For any councillor who's listening to me, you can run in any ward. If nobody's stopping you to run in Ward 2 or Ward 1 or wherever you want to run. And it's as simple as that. It's not that particular ward belongs to you. And the democratic system, as the gentleman said before, is very fragile. And right now, it's so fragile, it's not even scary to a degree. So I'm leaving it at that, Mayor Ryan and councillors. I wish you will support the recommendations by the consultant. You have option 1, which I see. You have option 2, and you have option 3. There's nowhere in here where you have an option to divide the wards up to your own satisfaction. And as I said, you can run in any ward you want, 1, 2, or 3. So I'm leaving it at that, Your Honor, and good evening, and have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Questions of the delegation? Hearing none, Mr. Steele, thank you very much. Our next delegation is Tariq El-Tayeb, I hope I pronounced that correctly, of the Pickering Rouge Canoe Club. This is the relocation.
Council members.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to attend this evening to speak on behalf of the Pickering Rouge Canoe Club in regards to agenda item 11.2, report number CS 2421. If possible, I'd like to request the clerk to display the images presented on page 113 of the agenda. My name is Tariq El-Tayeb. I am a former member of the Pickering Rouge Canoe Club and a current board member on the Canoe Club. I paddled for the Canoe Club for 13 years, racing in competitive programs, participating in camps. I was employed by the Canoe Club for a long period of time in my adolescence, and was lucky enough to race internationally and nationally in both the sport of canoe kayak and in dragon boat. The Pickering Rouge Canoe Club is a registered nonprofit community sport organization primarily focusing on the Olympic sport of sprint canoe kayak. The club was established in 1958 and has operated a location on the south shore of Frenchman's Bay since 1993. The club has had sustained success at the national and international levels of the sport throughout its existence. I'd like to begin by thanking the City of Pickering staff for their recommendation in supporting the relocation and the operations of the Special Olympics Paddleball program and the Masters program. In addition to those programs, I would like to take this opportunity to ask Council to consider including the High Performance and Development program as outlined on page 112 of the agenda. The exclusion of this program in the staff recommendation does not consider the operational impact on the Canoe Club. Over the next few minutes, I'd like to outline the nature of the relationship between the High Performance and Development program and the programs being put forward in the recommendation, as well as address the parking concerns noted in the staff report as it relates to these programs. First off, the Pickering Rouge Canoe Club is a small grassroots sport organization. As such, there are limited resources available to participants in the form of equipment and coaching. Many of the pieces of equipment required to operate our Special Olympics and Masters programs overlap with the equipment used in our competitive racing programs. For example, some Masters athletes such as myself may be former competitive paddlers and would require more advanced equipment. In addition, coaches in the Special Olympics and Masters program are often made up of older participants in the high performance and development programs. This employment opportunity in the same location as their training enables them both to learn and develop employment skills while also balancing schedules between training, school, and other commitments. As a not-for-profit, we rely entirely on grants to get much of this equipment, and in addition, we'll rely on grants to fund the operation and establishment of this new site. Without the high performance and development programs in this new facility, our activities would not be sustainable or sufficient to support a successful grant application. A big part of the need for this new location on Frenchman's Bay is accessibility for Special Olympics and para-athletes. Athletes in those categories that choose a pathway to competition are then integrated into our high performance and development program. If that program is not operating out of this new site, they would not have the accessible dock entry to be able to participate. We currently have a participant in our high performance and development program who began his paddling career as a member of our Special Olympics Dragon Boat team, then transitioning into our Special Olympics canoe kayak program, ultimately choosing to continue on a competitive track, racing at both provincial and national championships. This type of pathway would be non-existent for our athletes with a disability if this program is not included at the potential new site, while also further separating athletes with a disability versus moving fully towards integrated and inclusive programs. By separating the location of the high performance programs from the other, it limits equipment available to each, as well as a loss of employment opportunities in Pickering for young people training in our high performance programs. In the early 90s, when the original Frenchman's Bay location was established, it was for the express purpose of being a high performance training facility. There was an identified need for a straight water stretch of 1,000 meters in length for athletes to be able to train for race distances. This directly supported club athletes participating in the 1996 Summer Olympics and continued up until 2019, where 2 club athletes competed at the Canoe Kayak Marathon World Championships, where their race distance of 21.6 kilometers would have been impossible to prepare for without access to Frenchman's Bay. Currently, the Canoe Club holds approximately $100,000 in equipment primarily used by this program that cannot be used without access to a larger body of flat water like Frenchman's Bay. Without access to this bay, there is no adequate training facility for canoe kayak athletes to continue in the sport. And as the only operating club in Durham region, maintaining this facility is critical to the sport pathway. Lastly, it was made clear in the city's report that parking is a concern of the community and to multiple departments within the city. I'd like to briefly illustrate the real parking impact of the addition of the High Performance and Development Program. This program operates Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. and in the afternoons from 4 to 6 p.m., as well as Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 9:30. During the months of July and August, our athletes are typically attending regattas on Saturday that would not be located at Frenchman's Bay, meaning that this Saturday practice time would typically only be used in the spring and fall. The makeup of the High Performance and Development Program is primarily teenage athletes in the train to train and train to compete stages of Canoe Kayak Canada's long-term athlete development model. Currently, we anticipate 12 athletes to be participating through this summer season. Of those 12, we can only currently account for 3 requiring parking space, including 1 Special Olympics athlete. All other athletes are dropped off, bike, or walk. Additionally, as noted in the proposal, the maximum capacity for this program is 20 athletes, the majority of which would be between the ages of 14 and 17 and not driving themselves, with an estimated maximum number of vehicles associated to be 5. Pickering Rouge Canoe Club is also committed to supporting a workable parking solution with city staff, including potentially employing a parking steward during program times that intersect with peak park usage, as well as encouraging all participants who are physically able to park in the overflow lot located just over 200 meters away from the park versus the primary parking location in East Progress Park. In conclusion, I'd like to urge Council to consider the reasoning I've laid out to include the High Performance and Development Program in the site relocation plan. In the community survey, 74% of those in support of the club noted a reason of local support for Olympic and national level athletes. Without this program on Frenchman's Bay, that will not be possible. Without this program at the site, there will not be an adequate training facility. The required resources to operate the 2 programs included without this one in the same location will be too great for the club to maintain. In addition, as illustrated, the inclusion of this program would have minimal impact on parking, which the city has noted as its primary concern with club operations. I'd like to thank council for the opportunity to speak today and will now take any questions.
Thank you. Questions of the delegation. I see Councillor Brenner followed by Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation, I want to ask you about currently your old site was on the west side of the bay, which would be the Frenchman's Bay West Park, where you have the 2 trailers that were there and previously, I think, 2 outhouses, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Part of the concerns that have been raised by community that they've inquired about is the condition of which the park has been left, in particular your site. I think you've been shut down now, I think, for, is it 2 years because of COVID-19 and high water levels? I think this is going to be, I think, are we on the 3rd year now?
We've been shut down since 2017. The flooding in 2017 shut down access to that site. 2018, there was significant construction on the Beach Point Promenade, and then 2019, we had high water again. In that process, we have worked closely with the city as well as TRCA to establish and work towards a new site. Much of the equipment that is still currently stored at that old site is extremely difficult to find storage for. We have boats that are upwards of 40 feet long and require a new home before we can fully decommission that site. We have worked closely with the city departments to ensure that we decommission that site soon. We have located temporary storage and are in the works of fully decommissioning that site within the next 2 months.
So what you're saying is that site will be decommissioned and cleaned up between now and we're into June, so August?
Yeah, we are currently in plan to have most of the work done through July, and the plan is to have that site completely decommissioned by the end of August.
Regarding the Bay Area, and I know that you were impacted by high water levels. Currently, you're aware that we have a situation on the bay that's where we're having problems with weeds that are choking the bay. You've probably seen it on a regular basis, correct?
Yes.
In the current state, and you understand that the city is trying to get a license for doing the clearing. Currently, even if council was to approve your request, when would you see the earliest that you'd be on the bay? And considering its current condition, how would you be able to even operate the program this season with the current weeds and without any of the, I guess, any of the transferring of your equipment?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I have been lucky to, I own a personal watercraft and have spent a significant amount of time on the bay in the last few months as the weather has gotten warmer. So I'm intimately aware with the weed situation. Currently, based on the city council's approval, we will then go forward with a fundraising campaign, including grant applications to support the establishment of the new site. With that, we anticipate at the absolute earliest being able to begin operations in the fall of this year, with more likely a full rollout in the spring of 2022. In terms of the weeds, while they are an inconvenience, they are absolutely not a complete hindrance to the program's operating. And again, when compared to our other training site options, this is still by far the best option. And we would be in support of both the city, I know Frenchman's Bay Yacht Club, as well as other stakeholders involved in supporting the weed removal process in future years as well.
Subsequent question, Mr. Mayor, if I might, through you. So I'm hearing you say that the earliest would be that you'd be operational is in the fall. So none of the programs that be it the disabled program or the competitive program, would be operational until at least fall of 2021 or the new season of 2022, if I'm hearing you correctly. But you also said, that caught my attention, a fundraising. I want to flash back to a proposal that you made on the west side as a fundraising opportunity for the city of Pickering to do matching funds for an accessible ramp for the canoe club that council, in fact, did put in the budget. but to the best of my knowledge, no money was ever raised by the club to contribute the 50 cents on the dollar to the city. Now you're asking council to support you with an understanding you're going to doing some fundraising for some of the equipment that's necessary, but the track record in terms of the accessibility dock didn't materialize. What's going to change in terms of your fundraising endeavors to actually be able to come up with the dollars that you need to be able to do this site based on past, history? Again, I'm not trying to be critical, but these are kind of questions.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate the question. And I can't speak specifically to that past fundraising campaign. I was not involved with the club at that time. What I can speak to is the need for the new site, as well as the complete changeover, almost entirely complete changeover of our board of directors, and the renewed focus on establishing this new site. Our limitations in terms of finances to establishment of the new site are primarily capital costs, both including retrofitting the existing dock to maintain and bring it up to accessibility standards is not currently accessible. And as you'll note in the proposal and in the report later on, the city has indicated that we as a club would be responsible for all costs associated with this project. And we're happy to take on that responsibility, but would look to the city to support us in grant applications going forward. We have started conversations with the Ontario Trillium Foundation, as well as looking at proposals around accessibility funding to establish the infrastructure necessary to make the site fully accessible.
I appreciate your comments, and I guess I'll save the rest for when the item comes to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Budd?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tariq, I have a couple of questions here. How many members do you have in the club at presently?
At presently, I can just pull that up. Just give me one moment here. Okay, in total currently, we have 287 members in our camp program. And in addition to that, we have a total of 427 participants registered across all programs.
So out of all this program, sorry, go ahead.
And to be clear, that's split across our two sites. We also operate a site at the Rouge River on the Parks Canada grounds. That site is primarily used for our day camp program, which we would not be operating at the site in Pickering. And that is the bulk of that membership. So like I mentioned, 287 of those 427 participants would be in our camp program. And then in addition to that, another 63 would be in an adult recreational program that we also run on the river that would not move to the Pickering site.
Out of the members that you have, what are the numbers of the disabled kids?
That program runs with a capacity of 12 and has sold out every year for the last 5 years.
Okay. In terms to the programs that you have, in a given program that you run, how many people show up in a program?
Do you mean attendance or how many are registered?
Attendance.
Our attendance is typically extremely high in the 90 percentile. Typically, because of most of our programs do come with a fee, we see very high retention and attendance in all of our programs. Our high performance and competitive programs see almost 100% attendance because those are athletes training for goals of attaining both provincial and national level status in competition.
So if I'm looking for a number of attendance, give me a number.
A number of participants that we'd be at this Pickering site?
Yes.
We would be looking at 12 in our Special Olympics and paddle program, another 15 in our Masters program, and then 20 in our competitive program. So you're looking at about, I believe that's 47. My math is right?
That's right.
Thank you, Tariq. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll reserve the next question when it comes to the forum.
Thank you. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your presentation. So currently, are you operating your Special Olympics program at Rouge River?
We are attempting to offer a modified version of it. The reason we cannot offer the full program is because the beachfront does not offer an accessible entry to the water. So we are only able to offer it to participants that do not have significant mobility challenges. So it is significantly limited the offering, and again, does not meet what we would deem as our goals for accessibility.
So between where you're operating now for the Special Olympics, the access is somewhat hindered getting into the water? Is that because there's no dock? Or?
There is no dock, and it's a sandy beach entrance. So, for example, if a participant was in a wheelchair, there is no reasonable way for them to get to the water and then to get from the beach into a boat. They would require a dock entrance, which is also included in the proposal as retrofitting the existing dock that's in East Progress Park to make it fully accessible.
Okay, has there been any discussion with TRCA in Toronto about assisting with your accessibility needs at Rouge Valley or Rouge River?
Yes, we have had conversations there. It also is now Parks Canada land, so there are significant restrictions there. And in addition, we do not have the capacity at that site to continue to add storage and other equipment. We are very limited in terms of space there. As I mentioned, we primarily run our summer day camp that services over 250 participants a summer.
So it's really storage which is the issue, not so much the accessibility.
Well, both storage and accessibility are issues. The beachfront access is not conducive to anybody with a mobility device. And then in addition, storage is also a concern in that location. Hence why we are seeking this site. And again, as I mentioned it earlier in my presentation, from a high performance perspective, the on-water availability of Frenchman's Bay in terms of a straight stretch of water over 1,000 meters is pretty critical for training purposes for our athletes at all levels.
Okay, so the progress is the Special Olympics, they train, you get them comfortable, and then they move from there to a high performance and high development.
Yes, so our able-bodied athletes would start in our U14 program, which also runs at the Rouge River site. Our disabled athletes would start in our Special Olympics or paddle-all program. From there, should they choose a higher level of competition, they would then be integrated into our high performance and development program. And as we look forward, Special Olympics Canada is working towards including canoe kayak in the Special Olympics across the country. Right now, it is currently what is called an affiliate sport in many provinces, including Ontario, but is not included in the Greater Special Olympics event. And then it is also being worked towards internationally for inclusion in the Special Olympics, in the Special Olympic Games, sorry. So we have a number of athletes who have participated and competed in those categories and would like to continue training, but currently are limited by not having a dock entrance at any of our sites.
So my point is, the Special Olympics would go from Progress Park over to Rouge River if we didn't allow high performance at Progress Park.
Yes, yes, which means that if they have any mobility challenges, they would not be able to complete that pathway.
In your business case, you're planning, talking about parking and all that. You mentioned the city lot on around the corner that we lease from a private landowner
Yeah.
as a supplement to parking. Are you aware that that lease expires in May of 2023? And the likelihood.
No, I was not aware of that.
Yes. And the likelihood from talking to the owners is that they're not going to be renewing that. So that, how does that leave the canoe club with that parking not being available? Because you plan on starting in the spring of 22, so you got maybe 1 year left where there's parking down there.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I'd like to illustrate the actual parking needs of each program. None of these programs would be running concurrently of the 3 that we would be looking to include at this site. So the master's program, we have in the proposal an estimate of 5 vehicles and a slightly higher estimate of 5 to 10 vehicles for the Special Olympics and Paddle-All program because of the accessibility needs. And then for our high performance and development program, we estimate 5 or less, meaning that at any given time, we would estimate a maximum of 5 cars being taking up spaces in the main lot, should that be the only option. And again, the high performance development program primarily runs at 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. during the week, which would be non-peak park usage hours. I can speak personally, I'm down there paddling a few days a week, and as I drive by that parking lot at 6:30 in the morning, it's often empty or has 1 to 2 cars. So the non-peak nature of the high performance program, we feel, does not actually add to the parking load or parking need in that park area.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Hearing none. Michelle Tad, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Mr. Paul White on a new topic, the parking control measures at the city's waterfront.
Good evening. I'm back again on the parking issue on West Shore and the Rotary West Park, Frenchman's Bay. Over the last 2 years, I'll go back to 2019, in consultation with Mr. Brenner, I've got a stack of emails an inch thick on issues relating to on-street parking and the overflow that happens on the weekends in the park. So far this year, we've had temporary signs put up on Surf, Tulo, Marksbury, Cliffview, and Park. We're still having some issues with on the weekends of people parking on both sides. It's unfortunate that this issue come up at the last meeting and has been put forward later after the summer in September after a consultation meeting. Even last year, as Mr. Brenner and Mr. Ash can confer that we've been asking for this to be dealt with. You know, I was before council speaking about this parking issue from the park, the Rotary Park, and you know, that I mentioned in Bay Ridges, everything from the lake all the way up to Bailey has no parking on one side of every street. And yet, on our side, in Fairport Beach, in particular, we don't have any signs, except these temporary signs. So if we can get this dealt with tonight, I would ask a special meeting. I can guarantee you that I could fill the council chambers if it was open with a couple of hundred people that have concerns. As you know, the taxes are fairly high, and we're putting up with all sorts of aggravation on these weekends. And I'm just saying, If it was in your neighborhood, would you put up with it? And I think the answer would be no. And I'm not just talking about cars and the indiscriminate type of parking. I'm talking about everything that goes with it, from early morning on a Saturday and Sunday, and on the long weekends on a Monday, right through to late hours. And as you may know, at the foot of Park Crescent, there's about 9 spots, and signs went up years ago when we paid for the improvement for the waterfront trail, that parking was limited to 9 o'clock, and yet cars are staying there to 10 o'clock. And when we try to call the so-called emergency hotline, by the time anything ever gets resolved, you know, we get an answer back that, oh, it's been referred to bylaw for the next day. Well, that's too late. And we're finding that there's a disconnect between trying to get somebody to come out to address the parking issue and when they ever show up. They show up hours and hours later when they're gone. So it's either an understaffing issue, or it's some type of supervisory issue that nobody seems to be in charge to direct the bylaw officers to go to specific areas at a specific time when a complaint comes in. So we're dealing with blocked driveways, we're dealing with frustration, we're dealing with homeowners that have been looking after their community for years, and you know how Fairport Beach is. Mayor Ryan, you've been down there. We've dedicated the park. It's a beautiful area in our spot at the foot of Park Crescent. So in general, gentlemen, I think we've got to be much more proactive with this parking issue with this park. Unfortunately, even though we all wanted the best intentions with the Frenchman's Bay West Rotary Park, we didn't foresee the type of popularity. We didn't see a pandemic, and we didn't see this vastly overuse where you've had to put up barricades now to turn people away. And I talked to your 2 staff down there on Sunday just to get their perspective, and you know, they're just turning cars around and they're just going everywhere. So please, let's try to get ahead of these problems and not keep putting them down the road until we have another public consultation and then more delay and more delay. So we've already had 2 years of experience with it, and I don't see why there's any type of hesitation to implement and put into place every type of safeguard that can be put into place to deal with these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Brenner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the delegation. Paul, thank you for everything that you do for your association, and certainly your community is very proactive in terms of raising issues. I want to ask you, because, and we've talked about it, there is a report later on tonight that you've had a chance to read, which is why you're appearing tonight. One of the options that I'm hoping to put on the floor would be to bring back, and I think you've already identified as a special meeting of council in July to pass the necessary bylaws, if necessary, to change the fine structure of the roads within the abutting waterfront communities. What are your thoughts on that in terms of increasing fines, specifically seasonal, around where you are, West Shore, Fairport Beach, perhaps probably also on the east side, as well as a different type of enforcement model that the Director of Corporate Services would be looking at putting forward to make this kind of thing happen? Would that be a good start that might provide some of the support this season to what you've been facing, and certainly have been facing every weekend since the summer, since the warm weather has hit?
Well, thank you very much for that. I mean, as you know, I was a public health inspector for 40 years, so I know all about enforcement, which I used to do under the Act and regulations. So you need legislation, number one. And then number two, you need a means of enforcement. And if you don't have the enforcement and the tools for the enforcement under the Provincial Offences Act, to have a fine structure, which you can create, then you really don't have much except to go with what you have now. So, you know, we want the best for the community. We want the best for Pickering. And we're not trying to turn people away. And we're not saying don't come down here. After all, that's why we sold the waterfront property, because we wanted the public to see what we see every day. So speaking to your question, yes and yes. We want legislation and we want enforcement.
Thank you, Paul. Again, thank you. And thank you for helping to keep my phone line ringing all week. And I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. White? Hearing none, thank you very much, sir. And our final delegation this evening is Mr. Windsor, Gary Windsor, on the parking control measures through the waterfront.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Thank you.
I'm Gary Windsor. I'm a resident of 600 West Shore Boulevard, right in the thick of what's happening on the weekends. I'm also the membership chairman of Fairport Beach Neighborhood Association and a volunteer for the Ajax Pickering Road Watch. As a member of Fairport Beach Neighborhood Association, we set up a road safety committee where we put together a number of issues on a spreadsheet back in November 12, 2017, listing road safety concerns with possible solutions, and submitted them to our counselors, Maurice Brenner and Kevin Ash, along with city staff members Nathan Emery and Scott Booker. One of the major concerns we had at that time was pedestrian traffic walking on West Shore Boulevard on weekends and holidays, with cars parked on the east side of West Shore, and vehicular traffic north and southbound. We are concerned with the possibility of a pedestrian may be injured or killed in a vehicular accident. And the proposed solution that we had at the time, which we offered to the city, was to construct a sidewalk on the east side of West Shore from Sunrise to Beach Point Promenade to get pedestrian traffic off the roadway. The LEG 2021 has a lot of good points, but doesn't address the walkway issue, which I believe is a major concern. Our members have provided or taken photos of illegal parking, including blocking emergency access, which prompted the city to have bylaw officers to patrol the park to control parking. A member of Pickering West Shore Community Association took videos of pedestrians walking on the roadway of West Shore Boulevard while vehicles were traveling in both directions. Another member of our association took photos of vehicles parked on side streets of Surf, pointing out both sides of Surf, pointing out the emergency vehicles couldn't get access to Surf or that area, which led to the city putting up no parking signs on the south side of Surf. Both community associations have demonstrated the need for the city to take action. The liability risk that the city is taking without acting on these concerns could far outweigh any cost of implementation. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our delegate. Gary, thank you for your presentation and for putting your name forward tonight. I want to ask you a little bit about the sidewalk that you've identified. I know that you did communicate this several weeks ago, and I believe you've received, or can you confirm you've received some communication back that our CAO has committed to look at a temporary solution and explore that? Is that correct?
They had mentioned it, but Scott Booker had indicated his preference would be to lump it in with whatever road improvements are on West Shore, which may be a couple of years away, which I think delays the implementation of some safety measures in a sidewalk of some sort.
You're agreeable to a temporary measure as suggested in the discussion with our CAO?
I would be, yeah.
And final question, I don't know if you could hear the questions of Mr. White, but one of the things that we're talking about, I was talking about with Councillor Ash and some of the two councillors in terms of a different, a more effective enforcement model, as well as increased fines for those roads within the vicinity of the waterfront. Do you feel that that would be something that could benefit and would benefit some of the issues that you were addressing and have addressed for the last several weeks that you brought forward?
Yes, I would agree that higher fines. I think, I mean, we had offered what Ajax has put into place, and I'm not sure if that can be done, but the paid parking scheme where anyone that doesn't reside in the area at least pays a $20 fee to park, and maybe that might spread the load amongst the area rather than having everyone that doesn't want to pay parking show up here.
For clarity, what I'm asking about isn't the permit parking fee, but enforcement for illegal parking on the abutting roads. Because even if there was a permit, and I don't want to get into debate because the mayor's going to rule me out of order. So you're probably aware that the Ajax model has flaws because it's spilled over into the private roadways, something that we're trying to sort out with our staff. You understand that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's an initial program that they've implemented, and of course, they're going to do a study as of, I think, sometime in September to come up with some corrections to the program for the next year.
Correct, but what I'm asking you is, and I believe your answer is yes, and that's looking at a different enforcement model for the illegal parking and the congestion of parking that is taking place in all of our roads abutting our waterfronts.
I would agree with that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Windsor, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Members of the council, that concludes our delegations. I'm going to suggest this might be an appropriate. Councillor, 10 minutes?
Or 15, whatever you like.
I'll go 10. Anybody want to raise me? Okay, 10-minute move by Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Butt. All in favor? Oppose? That's carried. Thank you very much. We are in recess. We'll see you back here at 9:40. Thank you. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll call, please?
Certainly, Your Worship. I can certify that all members have once again rejoined the meeting and they are all participating electronically.
Thank you.
Move 8.1, 8.2, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're in correspondence. Thank you, Councillor Pickles, 8.1 and 8.2, seconded by Councillor Ash. Is there any discussion? Councillor Pickles?
Yes. You know, I very much support this initiative. Pickering needs a hospital. It's time for a hospital. And I'm very pleased to see that you're advocating on behalf of Pickering to get a hospital. I could read some of the updates, but maybe it'd be more appropriate for you, Mr. Mayor, to talk about some of the activities that you're undertaking to try and secure a hospital for us here in Pickering.
Councillor, thank you. And I was actually going to take the opportunity, but members of council, this isn't new news to many of you. I mean, this has been a discussion that's been ongoing since 2010 with various CEOs of Rouge Valley and now Lake Ridge Health. We put forward the suggestion that the new hospital site, that there was a need for a new hospital site. That was agreed. The new hospital site optimally would be Central West. That was generally agreed. We, in fact, had notionally talked about a site along the 407-7 corridor, somewhere between Westney and Salem. All of those things were part of the discussion, as I said, through three CEOs over that period of time. The interim step turned out to be, and I'm very proud and pleased for it, and again, most of you were involved directly in it, and thank council on behalf of the community. We have the Jerry Coughlin Health Center, which is the interim step to provide increased health care throughout the region, but specifically here in the west end of Durham. Where we are now is that Lake Ridge Health, as you were aware, have determined that, in fact, there does need to be a third campus. They have put together a panel for site selection. And what you may not be aware of is that it appears that there's a very tight timeline for this. And the site selection is going to be accomplished, we hear, between now and the end of the year, which is an extremely accelerated process. We have a base criteria that has been sent out, and I'm going to go over a couple of the points for you. But just to bring you up to speed on where we have been in the process, I mentioned this, I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I mentioned it specifically at the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade address in February. I got compliments, I think, from all of you, and thank you for that. Since then, trying to keep our eye on exactly what was happening, I have put together a working group to work on a proposal, not knowing what was going to be required in the proposal or when it was going to be in the proposal, but was able to put together a group of people that were willing to bring their expertise and time to the table to help prepare us for that submission when the time came. So very quickly, I want to thank specifically Jeff Grayhurst from the Dorsey Group, Lucy Stocko from Tribute Communities, Joan Weinman from the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade, Dan Hornwig, who is currently at Ontario Tech, Janet Ecker as the resident, and I think we all know Janet very well and what she can bring to the table, and Victor Scrow, also a resident, and part of the local legal firm of Walker Head. So we have been meeting generally and have actually reconfirmed some of the basics that I've already articulated for you. So where are we? We're waiting further specifics, but generally we have a list of site selection criteria, and there's quite a list. There's about 20 of them here on the page. And I can tell you that we vetted them through our planning staff, and we can put a check beside just about every one of them. There are a couple of them where it's the, yeah, we can if, kind of. The good news is that every one of those we can if bullets, you would get exactly the same response from the Whitby site as we understand it. So we feel that we are in a very good position to put forward a very credible proposition for the site to be selected. Once the site is selected by Lake Ridge Health, excuse me, Lake Ridge Health, it then has to go to the Ontario Ministry of Health and ultimately to Cabinet to be approved. So they're going to be, as you would expect, and as we would expect them to be regardless, they're going to be very diligent in their site selection and make a very informed and objective decision. One of the key components of the site selection is that they would look at the lowest land acquisition costs. Not surprising, because the hospital actually has to come up with the funding for this in conjunction with the community and some from the Ministry of Health. I want to share with you that through the work that we have been doing in the task force working group, I have a letter which I will share with you all later in hard copy. But the letter states, and I'm just picking out a couple of the phrases, Dorsey is prepared to make a max in that corridor that was described. The lands will be conveyed. Have I lost everybody?
We can hear you, Dave. We can't see you.
Your buffer.
You may want to repeat the last 4 or 5 sentences.
Yeah, everybody went with the yellow triangles and I lost you all. So did you get the part where I actually have a letter?
We got that. We got the letter, and then you started to talk about Dorsey.
Okay, so the letter states that the proposed hospital lands are currently within the ownership of Dorsey, Pickering Limited, and are located along the north boundary of Highway 407 west of Salem, and generally shown in there as an attached map. Dorsey is prepared to make a maximum of 70 acres available for hospital use, subject to the selection of the site by Lake Ridge Health, conclusion of the landowner's funding agreement to proportionally share the cost, and the province having approved the location. So in other words, they'll make the lands available if in fact they're selected and approved by the province, and they're just working out the financial details amongst themselves. So I think that gives you a general overview of where we're at, where I hope we're going. And I hope that I'm going to have, as I have had, the full support of council. So does anybody have any specific questions related to this? No question, comment? Councillor Pickles?
Thanks. In that you expressed it's a very short time frame. There's a lot of work to be done in preparing the bid. Do we have sufficient funds to, I guess, assist in preparing that bid and putting it forward? I'm suspecting there's some expertise and some work that needs to be done in a tight time frame in order to make our application the most successful.
I have staff support at the moment, which is terrific. We're doing a great job. We're getting a lot of the work done through the committee members and the resources that are available. I do anticipate that there will be some expenditure required. There are monies available in various accounts. It would be most helpful to me and to the group and supportive of the what you just heard in the letter. If I could, so that I don't have to come back to special meetings of council and so on, to have a limited expenditure approved within the staff spending limit, which is $50,000.
Mr. As the mover, I would add as an amendment to 8.2, a new item, which is number 3. I'm sort of drafting this as I go along, so if somebody wants to suggest better language, that $50,000 be allocated.
Up to.
Okay, that up to $50,000 be allocated from the 2021 budget.
No, when we have, no, okay, let me help. And thanks for trying, Councillor Pickles. I really appreciate it. All I'm really looking for, Council, is and this is to give comfort to staff. It's within the staff funding limits, spending limits. The monies are available through various accounts. We may or may not actually expend them. You will get a full accounting for them going forward. I just need some flexibility. And as I said, with a cap of 50, and you'll get a full reporting of any expenditures. So wording to that effect, I think we could readily come up with.
That up to $50,000 be available to support the City of Pickering's site selection process.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Councillor Cumming. Any further discussion? Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for taking the initiative for this very important endeavor.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm having difficulty hearing you. I'm sorry.
Okay, I said thanks for taking this on.
Thank you.
As far as the reporting, how frequent will you be reporting the expenditures? On a monthly or?
Well, listen, we're having a summer break, but I anticipate there'll be a special meeting of council sometime during the course of the summer. I'll certainly bring a report at that time, and then another one at the first council meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. And I assume that Whitby and Ajax is doing the same thing, are they, or they're vying for the same hospital?
Our competition is Whitby and Oshawa. They're the only two. Whitby has a very similar site. In fact, in relatively close proximity, but with a very different dynamic, particularly around the funding model.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is great news, and I think a lot of residents will really appreciate this welcoming news here. My question is, I may have missed out at the time when you were speaking, in terms of the size-wise of the hospital as compared to the Lake Ridge.
I've forgotten the bed count. It's significant. It's well over 200 beds plus, but there's also consideration for future expansion, not necessarily the beds, but of facilities associated with the hospital and the hospital activity. But in terms of the land requirements, it is between 50 and 70 acres.
Okay, that's great. Welcoming news. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anything further? I have an amendment from Councillor Pickles, seconded by Councillor Cumming. On the amendment, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. On the no, hang on, Councillor. On item 8.1, there was an amendment, was not amended. All in favor? Carried. And 8.2 as amended, all in favor? That is carried also. Council, thank you so much. This is going to go a long way to benefiting not only Pickering, but the region as a whole, which is the overall objective. Thank you.
Move 8.3 and 8.4.
Recorded vote on 8.4, please.
Okay, are you seconding them, Councillor? Okay, moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor McLean, items 8.3 and 8.4. On 8.3, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. 8.4, is there any further discussion? Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to prolong it, but I think it is self-explanatory. I would like to thank MP O'Connell, who actually came riding in on our white stallion just at the right time literally on the same day that I was contacted by the resident, had an opportunity to speak to her on the weekend, and subject to council passing this tonight, she is more than happy to champion this and advocate on the city's behalf to get the funding we need to lead by example for a fully accessible playground.
Perfect. Okay. Anything further? Recorded vote requested by Councilor McLean.
Councillor McLean. Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Ash. Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the executive committee report from June the 7th. We are going to pull item 9.2. Have a mover and seconder on the report, please.
Move it, Brenner.
Councilor Brenner, seconded by Councilor Pickles. Other than 9.2, any to be pulled? On the balance, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 9.2 is the ward boundary review. Councilor Cumming.
Your worship, I have a motion to make.
Yes,
On
motion.
9.2. That report CLK 03-21 regarding the ward boundary review, final report from Watson and Associates be received, and that the existing ward boundaries for the city of Pickering be maintained.
You have a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Butt. We have the motion on the floor. Get further discussion. Councilor Ash.
Thank you, Your Worship. I request a recorded vote. I will not be supporting the recommendation. I think the consultants again reiterated the shortcomings of our existing ward boundaries. The inequities between Ward 3 and Ward 2 are 50%, more than double, and it's getting worse every day. I would be comfortable in voting for either option 1, 2, or 3, or what Councillor McLean has now called the Pickles proposal. And I thank Councillor Pickles for spending some time on that and trying to come to a compromise. I thought it was a good compromise based on the competing interests. Unfortunately, I don't think it has 4 votes. I really think this is about equity, democracy, representative. It's I really think we're missing the boat here by doing nothing. We should have done this a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, in my view, and putting this off for another 5 years, I think is foolhardy and not fair to those goals that the consultants have spoken to. So I will be voting against the recommendation and would ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Councilor Cumming.
Your worship, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Please.
I cannot support the consultants' report nor any of the options presented by them, and let me explain why. If we've learned any lessons in the past year, it's that predictions of the future are just guesses, not certainties. They may be. Sorry?
No, I didn't hear anything.
No, I had something. They may be at the outset well-founded and we believe will transpire, but they're not cast in stone, especially when we're looking ahead to 2030. I think Robert Burns said it best when he wrote, "The best laid schemes of missing men gang after gley." And for those of you who don't understand what that means, it means often go astray. In short, to take Ward 3 and reduce it from its current size, and in some prediction, reduce it to the smallest ward in the city, is at the best a very strange move to achieve parity. And at its worst, some strange attempt at gerrymandering. On that point, the City Council listened to not only the residents of the strongly opposed waterfront development, but to residents from across Pickering who felt they would be impacted by this development. The city listened to residents across Pickering who were opposed to the building on what they believed was a significant wetland on the north side of Bailey Street. The City Council needs to listen to the majority of its citizens who want to see development of the lands to the north, originally set aside by Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, who want to see their children with employment opportunities in Pickering, not downtown or in Waterloo, where there is a concerted effort to build another airport. Excuse me, I'm reading this because my voice, as you know, is not what it used to be. They may want to see Pickering, they want to see Pickering flourish and grow. Taxes underwritten by businesses, not homeowners. These proposals put forward by the consultants make a mockery of equal representation across the ward. They potentially solve a problem predicted for 2030 and create a problem today, reducing Ward 3 from 47,000 to 11,000 and making it the smallest ward in Pickering. It would be half the size of Ward 2. I would strongly suggest to the next council, whoever fills these seats in the next term, that another consulting group thoroughly reviews the findings presented here and find a more equitable solution. I will vote to retain the status quo for the reasons I've stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brenner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand what my colleague is saying in Ward 2. However, I can't agree with Councillor Cumming by any stretch of the imagination. The consultant did an excellent job, and I don't think that we should be making a decision by critiquing and criticizing excellent work by a team that did their job. They did exactly what council asked them to do. They consulted, they engaged, and then we got their findings. Any member of council has the right to say they don't agree with the findings, but to suggest that the findings are flawed, and I'm paraphrasing, and for that reason we should support status quo. That logic is flawed, I'm afraid, not the report. Secondly, yes, the report in many of the two options recommends a huge reduction currently in Ward 3. But there's some logic to that. When you look at the community characteristics, one of the biggest challenges and that Ward 3, I'm sure, faces, and the members of council would know that are currently representing, is that in the current makeup of these boundaries, every single contentious major issue falls within Ward 3. City Center, that we're having all kinds of discussion on its future, currently is Ward 3. The North, up in William Jackson Parkway, East Duffins is Ward 3. Innovation Corridor is Ward 3. The question about federal lands, Ward 3. Maintaining and protecting hamlets, Ward 3. What the consultant has put forward is realistic. Ward 3 by its geographic, sure, 11,000 is a small amount. But based on where all the pressures are, and we know that they are currently in Ward 3, requires intensification of representation. And I use that term intensification of representation because it is not an easy ward geographically to be able to reach. We received correspondence from Claremont Community Association. I probably would say, and I pride myself in being familiar with almost every community group across the city. There is a group that is well organized, that took the time to communicate, that represents one of the larger communities or hamlets within Ward 3. We all got a copy. That communication was very clear that status quo is not an option, to choose an option based on the report. they are impacted. I'm not going to use the term that I used last time because the mayor found it offensive, so I'm not going to use that term. And I'm not going to use that reference.
It wasn't offensive, it was incorrect.
Anyway, we could debate over the dictionary, but it's not worth our time. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. But what I can say is that the community in Ward 3 is concerned. And Claremont, who I have a high degree of respect for, and I'm sure that every member of council has flagged and is concerned with status quo. We heard from a number of delegates tonight. And I know at our last meeting when Councillor Ash said he'd be one of the first to sign a petition, there was a whole, obviously we have a legal responsibility to uphold the decision of council, which means I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is that if we go with status quo, I have no doubt in my mind from speaking to various groups across the city of Pickering, this council will be relinquishing its authority and decision-making to a higher level to do it for us. To be perfectly clear, as the consultant said earlier tonight, status quo can trigger a petition of 500 residents. That petition triggers a response from this council within 90 days, failing which, whatever that decision is appealable to the tribunal. Any member who does not feel that this community is mobilized enough to bring forward such a petition, I think is not seeing the seriousness and not listening to what the community is saying. They will do that. So we'll either be back here in a special meeting of council to deal with a petition within 500 names, or we'll end up at the tribunal if we were to go with a decision that wasn't part of, as we heard earlier tonight. I'm urging members of council, do the right thing tonight. Don't defer a decision to another council by taking the least resistant, which is status quo. Status quo is not the option, and it will not be embraced by the community. Please prove the community wrong tonight by making the right decision and defeating status quo. Prove the community wrong tonight by supporting a recommendation of option 1, 2, and 3, as Councillor Ash has already said that he's prepared to entertain. I'm prepared to entertain and have a healthy debate regarding those options. I urge everyone to put aside any misconceptions regarding. When Councillor Cummings said, and he highlighted all the reasons why we shouldn't be doing it, and he was talking about the intensification, and he was talking about federal airport lands, and he was talking about all those reasons. That's why we should be doing it. Let the people decide their representation in Ward 3 based on the challenges that Ward 3 are facing. And that does not mean that our members currently are not representing them. It means that when you have the challenges that that ward is going to have in the future, they need that intensification of representation. And if that means for a short time, 11,000 population, it is for a short time. That allows us to go forward with a plan to be able to review on a more regular basis. But do nothing isn't that option tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm looking forward to this recorded vote.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Your Worship. And first of all, I'm going to start off with Councillor Cummings' comments about this organization. Watson Associates have been around, as I asked, for a number of years. They've done dozens of these reports. They're not some fly-by-night company. They're looking at it from an independent viewpoint of what's best for the constituency and representation for our city. Not what's best for councillors in Ward 3 or councillors in Ward 2. And that's all the more reason why we should be listening to these recommendations. Throughout this term of council, I can't think of any staff or consultant recommendations that's come to this council that has not been supported by Councillor Cummings, Pickles, and the rest of council. I see this as no different. This recommendation is done independently, without political interference, except for the Pickles recommendation. To me, that's political interference. And why would that be?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm going to call a spade here.
Okay.
Pickles.
Counselors, let's
No,
keep it.
I have the floor. I have the floor. Thank you.
You do, Counselor, but I would ask you to use it respectfully.
I am respectful, Your Worship. The Pickles proposal, I think that's not derogatory.
It's Councillor Pickles' proposal.
Councillor Pickles' proposal.
Thank you.
Is something that was looked at, considered by the consultant, and not even put in the final draft. You know, Mr. Borey said it right. And he said this motion before council is not about what benefits any council members, their wants, their needs, desires, or any future political ambitions. That's not what it's about. Is it about Ward 3 going from 40 down to 10,000? I've heard Councillor Pickles and Councillor Butt talk about how overworked they are, how many residents they have, how big a territory they have up there. Why would they object to having 10,000 people and starting that rebuilding with the residents as that area grows? I'll tell you why. Because the city center is a main support for Councillor Pickles and Councillor Butt. They don't want to lose that. They don't have to lose that. If option 1 or 2 goes, they can run in Ward 2.
Councillor,
if they choose.
You are making an allegation about someone else's motivation. I don't really think that's appropriate.
Well, Your Worship,
Counselor,
if Councillor Butt says to Councillor Cummings that if this changes, I'm going to be running in Ward 2. To me, that's concern. You know, I don't know whether it's a threat or whatever, but
Councillor, you keep it up and we'll finish this.
I'll finish shortly, Your Worship. We spent $65,000 on a study that was well done, very independent, and come up with a couple of solutions. To do nothing is an insult to the report. It's an insult to the residents of this city. And it's disenfranchising future.
No, it doesn't.
In my mind, it disenfranchises future councillors who might want to run because of the demographics of the ward up in Ward 3 and the city center. We've talked about that. That with the city center being mostly older white people, and the demographics of the Seton is a lot different. That's why you want to have it starting off as a $10,000 or a 10,000 constituency, so that somebody could come in there and build with the community as they grow.
Councillor, I've lost you.
Just give me a second, Your Worship. Councillor Ash mentioned that this is as well as Mr. Borey, 1974, these ward boundaries have been the same. Ward 2's been 20,000 people for I don't know how long. I don't mind taking on extra people. I don't mind having other people come and run. It's not about me. It's about the future of this city, and it's about recognizing the fact that it's growing and that we have to change our ward boundary as it is today, which is obviously outdated. Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be supporting Councillor Cummings' motion.
I see Councillor Pickles and Councillor Butt. Notwithstanding the comments that have been made, councillors are going to ask you, keep it respectful. Councillor Pickles?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I decided to stay muted while I made a few of my comments after Councillor McLean spoke. I would think the consultants would be cringing after they heard what Councillor McLean was speaking to with respect to age and mostly white populations as being criteria and considerations for the ward boundaries. I just can't comment on that, Mr. Mayor. I'll take you back to the first principles. Representation by population. Almost all of the councillors who have made comments leading up to today have talked about the inequity of the population in the 3 wards. Right now, if I'm correct, Ward 2 is about 22,000 people. So about 22%, let's say 25% of the population. And that's inequitable in the distribution of the wards. That's what everybody's been saying. So the solution for the 2022 election is to rejig the population such that one of the wards has half of the lowest ward at this point in time. So although there's 3 wards in the city of Pickering, one of the wards will have 1/10 of the population. That's not representation by population. That's why I don't support option 2 at this point in time. But let me say that the consultants, I think, had an impossible challenge. They needed to come up with a good representative ward boundaries that'll work for the election in 2022, 2026, and 2030 in a rapidly changing municipality and growing municipality. It was not possible to come up with wards that were of good equal distribution in 2022, 2026, and 2030. Now, option 2, which I've talked about before, probably works well in 2030. We're not quite sure where we're going to be in 2030. It may work well for the election in 2022. But when one ward in, sorry, 2026, but for the 2022 election, when one ward out of 3 has 10% of the population, it does not work. And Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to take this is something out of the consultant's report, and it's evaluation of option 2. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 criteria. The first criteria is principle, representation by population. Does the ward structure meet the respective principle? No. Consultant's words, no. It's actually in red. Comment, 2 of the 3 wards are outside the acceptable range of variation, but will grow into better balance probably within 5 years. Let me remind you, the next municipal election is in about a year. So you get into better balance in 5 years. The 5th principle, it says effective representation. Again, does the word structure meet the respective principle? It says yes, with the qualification. Effective representation is hindered in the short term by uneven population distribution, but accommodates demands on accounts that is brought on by large scale. So is hindered in short term by uneven population. So, you know, the consultants' work works for 2026, works for 2030. Representation by population and effective representation for 2022, it does not meet. It's set right so in the consultant's report. Now, the consultants had the impossible task of trying to get something that works for all 3. It works for 2. It does not work for 2022. And I'm going to go back to what Councillor McLean was saying. It's not about Dave Pickles, and it's not about Councillor Shaheen Butt. It's not about you, Mr. Mayor. It's not about, Councillor McLean was talking about white residents and non-white residents and where older populations are or anything else. Why would we have 3 wards and have 1/10 of the population, one of those wards in the next election? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. Sure, I tried to come up with a solution that partially implemented the Ward 2 option, or sorry, the option 2 of the consultants for this election. And Mr. Mayor, I'll go back to the saying, no good deed goes unpunished. I tried to come up with a solution. Someone didn't like it, that's fine. But for Councillor McLean to talk about gerrymongering or whatever it was he was talking about is complete nonsense, and I'm offended. And he needs to apologize to the people of Pickering. Thank you.
Okay, enough, councillors.
Worship, it wasn't me that mentioned gerrymandering, it was Councillor Cummings.
Okay, fine. Noted. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is a bit of a sensitive subject here, and I think we all trying to do our best for our residents here. I feel, even when I look at the options 1, 2, and 3, I feel still in the longer terms, it still is unbalanced. When you look at the 2020, when you look at 2030, and I think we asked the consultant in terms of the numbers, all these numbers in population was speculation numbers. I feel the consultants felt slightly short in terms of coming with a little concrete in terms of definite population response, evenly distributed in option 1, 2, and 3. But if you look at option 1, 2, and 3, the population still does not balance. And if you look at option 3, it still has a time in terms of saying, you know what, we could come back in a few years and see how this is and then evaluate from there on. So really not a very definite answers there. I think what Councillor Picker was trying to come up with was maybe perhaps a longer process of balancing population in Pickering here. We all acknowledge it's not balanced at this moment, but I think what Councillor Pickle said, maybe perhaps I think consultants probably fell short in giving the proper time given to Councillor Pickle's suggestion. However, that's not on the table right now. But it's a tough choice, and we do our best in terms of representing people. And I feel the consultants felt slightly short. I know they did a good job. I know this is an eye-opener for us all, and this is why we're discussing it tonight. Definitely. So I'm going to reserve my vote till the end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Members of council, first of all, I'm a little disappointed with the tone of the discussion. I think it was very unfortunate, and we might want to consider that going forward. I don't agree that this report was anything. This report was a good report. End of story. Don't necessarily agree with the suggestions. That's okay. But it is a good report. It's a good piece of work. It's an objective piece of work. It certainly did give us a base document, and it identified that there are inequities today. Councillor Brenner specifically said, we should have a vigorous debate. Well, we've had that vigorous debate. We had it last week or 3 weeks ago at the executive committee. The very vigorous debate, as I recall. And at the end of that debate, option 2 was the one that was put forward, and it was defeated. Then it was referred, and we're here tonight, and we're having yet another debate. My position at the executive committee was that, notwithstanding the good work of the consultant, I saw, in my mind, what was happening was an adjustment of numbers that basically said, we've got an equal situation today, and we're just going to shift that inequality here because we know that over time it's going to balance itself out. I said then, and I say tonight, don't believe that moving the boundaries every couple of years as the alternative solution gets us any sense of stability within the population. I think it actually confuses and angers people overall. I have every confidence, notwithstanding the tone of debate tonight, in the ability of this council and councils moving forward to do a good job on behalf of all of its residents. You've been talking tonight about situation at the waterfront. Certainly it's been brought forward by some people at the waterfront directly impacted, but I know from your conversations that you were looking at this holistically from the whole city's perspective, because that's your job and you're doing it. So I'm going to take the same position that I took at executive. I will support the status quo. I would expect that the next council will look at this again and use this report as its base document and move forward from there. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councillor Ash,
No.
Councillor Brenner,
No.
Councillor Butt,
Yes.
Councillor Cumming,
Yes.
Councillor McLean. That was no, Councillor McLean. Councillor Pickles. And Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote carries 4-3.
Thank you very much. Council, that brings us to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of June the 7th. I need a mover, please. Councillor Butt, seconded by Councillor Pickles. Items to be pulled. Councillor Butt?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I have 9.3, the lease agreement for.
Did you say 9.3?
Yeah, is that where we are at? I'm sorry.
No, we're finished with executive and we are now working on the planning, which you just moved.
Sorry, I'll hold on.
Okay. Any to be pulled in planning? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That brings us to section 11, new and unfinished business.
11.1.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Pickles, move 11.
Councilor Pickles, 11.1. This is additional funding for consulting services for the Tillings operation unit remediation. Moved by Councilor Pickles, seconded by?
I'll second.
Councilor Cumming, thank you. Discussion? Councilor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just because I moved it, you don't have to call it the Pickles proposal. But I just had a question. So this is the Durson site where our former works yard would be, and it's to be a school site. I just would like to get some assurance from staff that we're going to be able to to the degree that the province and the board to get the school up and running. I know it takes some time to go through the process, but maybe people can tell me where the light at the end of the tunnel is here to have the school accept the site and carry on with its provincial fund to build a school.
Mr. Duffield?
Yes, through Mayor Ryan to Councillor Pickles. This is the second phase of the consulting to establish, seek permission from the Ministry of Environment to complete the actual physical work of taking out all of the underground obstructions and contamination. The first part of it, the phase 2 environmental site assessment, established the boundaries and the type of contamination that was in the ground through borehole testing and an examination that was done over a year ago. The one area of contamination that it is not feasible to completely remove is the salt. Because of the use of it through the operations time and also as the bus depot before, the salt was found in almost every borehole across the entire site, down to depths of almost 23 feet. The Ministry allows us under an OREG 153 to make a risk assessment of the site and put the submission in, which would reduce the amount of remediation and leave some of the salt in place. So that's what we're asking to do now, is to submit through council at the moment for the
for the consultant to do that work, to be able to submit a risk assessment and get permission to do the remediation of the site. Where the problem I cannot answer for you is the school board is still considering whether they are still remain interested in the site if we don't do full remediation and we do a risk assessment and leave the salt in place. That is still to be determined. We're having ongoing conversations with the school board about that. This at the moment is the risk assessment to do the remediation, but it would leave the salt in place, managed in place.
So and I guess it's too early to tell, but do you have a reasonable expectation that the province and the school board will be okay with this, even if there's some remedial or there's a different word I want to pick for that, that there's some salt still in the ground? I could see if it was hydrocarbons, I could see if it was PCBs or other things, but some salt 20 feet down, not that I'm an expert on school sites, but do we have a reasonable expectation that we're going to get over this hump and get this site to the school board?
Through the mayor, yes, I believe that there is an anticipation that that would be acceptable when they see the full report we will be preparing as part of this consultant scope of work. With a school facility which doesn't have a basement, it's a slab on grade and has that type of use, I believe that the contamination that would be in the ground, which will slowly leach out over time, would probably be acceptable, but the environmental consultants that are working on behalf of the school board will be the ones that make that final determination and put it in front of the school board before they decide to acquire the site.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, and I guess Godspeed on that. You know, other elements we talked about of a community tonight, you know, hospital, and we'll be talking about library and community schools. We don't get many new schools, and this is a site that's desperately needed by the community. So Godspeed to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Being none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 2, the relocation of the Pickering Ridge Canoe Club. Moved by Councillor Rash. Need to get it on the floor, fellas. Seconded by Councillor Cumming. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't, in theory, have a problem with the recommendations that are before us. But I do have some concerns and that I'd like to share. And then if somebody feels that it's appropriate, perhaps a different recommendation may be in order. But I'll speak to what my concerns are. We heard tonight from the delegation that they want to embark on a fundraising. We know from past practice that we have supported that previously on the Westspit side. And in fact, $0 were ever raised for accessibility dots that were approved in order to do exactly what we're talking about today on the east side. Secondly, we heard that the club is in discussions with the city regarding the removal of their site and their cleanup and restoration of that site, which is now sat idle for close to 3 years and is not just an eyesore, but it's also been identified as a potential risk on the west side. What I personally would prefer to support would be supporting in principle the recommendations that are put forward by our staff, with the caveat on it that would enable, that would be subject to conditional funding to the infrastructure by the club to support an accessible program and subject to the removal and restoration of the property on the west spit. If those steps could be made and taken, I wouldn't have a problem, and I don't think anybody would have a problem. But right now, before you embark on a new project, you really need to clear up the old project that is sitting there and a reminder of what happens when something breaks down. We heard the delegation state that it's a new board, a different board. That may be, but at the time we dealt with it previously, it was a new board as well. I respect the fact that, and I have the confidence, and I'm sure that the new board will in fact embark on everything that they're saying. But since there's no urgency, since we heard that this isn't going to happen until the earliest of 2022, probably the spring, I think I heard them say, there really is no rush. I think the rush is to give them a positive reinforcement by support in principle, but with some very clear conditions that can address what's on the west, like I said, and certainly being able to really deliver on a funding model so that we really can see an accessible program that's recommended by staff. If we pass it tonight, I don't think we're going to see any, we're not going to be any further ahead. I don't think, which is why I put it out there for others to consider if they feel that it's feasible, or depending on how you would rule on it, Mr. Mayor, because I've spoken to it.
Yeah. Councillor, why don't we hear from the other members of council, get a response from staff, and see where we go from there? Is that agreeable?
I'm fine with that if you are, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I wasn't sure that was an amendment that Councillor Brenner was making to the recommendations or not. If there were, I would certainly second that. In regards to the report itself, I have no problems with the Special Olympics paddle. I think that's needed. I don't think it's going to be a burden on the residents or the parking in that area. As I mentioned earlier, in this parking lot, the Avis parking lot leases up in 2023. And from what I understand, talking to them, is that they don't plan on renewing it. So I'd hate to go down the road of approving this project and then have a problem in 2 years' time, or less than 2 years' time now, dealing with parking situations that are down there, because they're not going to get any better. Each one of us are continuously getting emails from residents down there about the parking, about the traffic, and the frustration level that they're experiencing due to that. I fully support the Special Olympics, the paddle-alls. The master program, I would like to make a recommendation to delete that from the recommendation, if I have a seconder.
Okay, moved by Councillor McLean to delete the master's program. Does he have a seconder? Councillor Cumming? Okay.
Thank you. And the reason
that's an amendment, Councillor. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. I just want to say the reason the master's program, as you heard from the delegate, that the master's program also works well out of the Rouge River location. And that's why I wanted to take that out. That, the fact that it'd be less problems for the residents down there with parking and traffic and whatnot. So I'm just going to leave it at that, Your Worship. I covered the overflow parking that won't be available in 2023. I know I've spoken to many residents, just about all the residents along Front Street there and vicinity, and they are certainly concerned about the club going in there. The ones I've spoken to have had no problems with the Special Olympics. As a matter of fact, have been quite encouraging from that aspect of it. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'll wait to hear the recommendations of Councillor Brenner for his amendments. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. To the amendment, Mr. Duffield, did you want to respond or give us any further insights?
Yes.
You might want to address Councillor Brenner's comments as well.
Yes, I want to address Councillor Brenner's comments, and I think that they are valid. Item 2, or recommendation number 2, directs staff to prepare a lease agreement. As part of that lease agreement, I believe that we should seek the financial information and the business model from the Canoe Club to tell us how they are going to achieve the capital development of that site that they've indicated in their report. And the other item that Councillor Brenner mentioned was the removal and the restoration of the old site. And we could put that into the lease agreement as a condition that that must be removed and remediated before they are able to deliver programs from the new site. So I believe that as part of recommendation number 2, we can put that into the lease agreement that we will be bringing back to council.
Okay. Any other comment? Okay. On Councillor McLean's amendment, moved by Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Cumming, to delete the master's program. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Recorded vote requested by Councillor McLean.
Councillor McLean. Councillor Pickles.
Councillor McLean, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Pickles.
No.
Councillor Ash.
No.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
No.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
And Mayor Ryan.
No.
Your Worship, that vote loses 4-3.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, are you relinquishing the floor? Thank you. Councillor Brenner, I will come back to you. If you want to put something in, Mr. Duffield says we can put your concerns into the agreement that's coming back to us.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be comfortable then with that amendment, but rather than we're endorsing in principle, where we do the amendment to recommendation 2 and incorporate the language into what staff will be bringing back, which addresses the funding model by the club, as well as the restoration and removal of the site on the west spit.
So can we take that as direction to staff in the preparation of the agreement?
I'm not sure through the clerk if it requires an amendment so that it's on record or not. I defer to the clerk. What, you know, I want to do the right thing procedurally.
Yep. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Brenner. With the lease agreement coming back, Councillor Brenner, you'll still have opportunity to see it in its entirety and be able to adopt it or not if it doesn't include what you're looking for. So I think direction to staff in this instance is appropriate.
With that, Mr. Mayor, then I rely on the clerk's advice and that it is direction given to staff when it comes back to ensure that that's incorporated.
Thank you.
We'll ensure, Your Worship, that we capture that in the minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Cumming?
Yes, through you to Councillor Brenner. Are we still just talking about, or are you still just talking about the Special Olympics and the Masters program, not the full program? Not the full
direction given to staff.
Councillor Cumming. I'm sorry, Councillor. That would be the staff, and the answer is yes. It's just what's here in front of you, the Special Olympics and the Masters.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything further? I have a question of staff, just for clarity, please. You did an assessment of the traffic load, the usage of the park vicinity based on the catalog and master programs. Could you just give us some quick insight as to the implications of that, please?
Yes, I can. The programs that they have are those two programs are on opposite nights. So one is a Monday and a Wednesday, the other one is a Tuesday and a Thursday. So although they're two programs, they are not run concurrently, and the load on the early evening will be spread over 4 days. So we're quite comfortable that the load for the existing park, which only has 29 spaces and 2 barrier-free spots in there and is well used, as we know, those two programs being on opposite nights can be accommodated, we believe.
Again, there was no concern for the paddle all. Do you have some numbers around the master's program?
Yes, I do. So the paddle program is 2 times a week, Monday and Wednesdays, from 6:30 to 8:30, and 10 to 20 per session. The Masters is on Tuesdays and Thursdays, same time, 6:30 to 8:30, and is 5 to 15 per session.
So about the same numbers each night.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. On the motion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Recorded vote, Councillor McLean? Yeah, we're really having a problem hearing you, Councillor. I don't know what you're doing with your mic there. Recorded vote by Councillor McLean.
Councillor McLean.
No.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
And Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote carries 6 to 1.
Thank you. Item 3, reallocation of funds and grant endorsements. This is for the Redmond House. Moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by, it's a museum, Councillor McLean. Seconded by Councillor McLean. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. School crossing program, item 4. Moved by Councillor Cumming, seconded by Councillor Butt. Discussion. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 5, road servicing agreement for the 5th concession. Moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by Councillor Butt. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Proposed skate spot, West Shore Community Center, moved by Councillor Ash and Councillor Brenner. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Brenner?
Nope.
No? Oh, okay. You just lit up. I thought you did. Okay. All right. No discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you. Consulting services for the Brock Road Clean Water Collector Pipe.
Move items 9.
7 through 9, moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by Councillor Butt. Any items to be pulled?
Mayor, can you pull 11.8, which is Director of Finance, Treasurer Report Finance 11-21?
Got it. Okay. Any others? Then on 7 and 9, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you. Item 8, Councillor Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the treasurer, Stan, would you be able to just quickly go over the section in the report where you identified I believe it had to do with our reserve accounts, and it had to do with concerns regarding, you identified debt load. You referenced it.
Can everyone hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Yep. I'll start on page 163 with the table on the bottom. And what that does is it gives us a snapshot from 2015 to 2020, basically telling you opening balance, collections, budget commitments, and then the ending balance. And I think if you look at the collections line, you can see it has been increasing. Our DC study did increase in January 1st, 2018. And then in 2019, we increased our DC fees again for the city center project. And in 2020, council may remember, we increased it again for the 401 bridge project. So you can see our DC fees have been increasing. You can see the use of the funds, and then you see the budget commitments. Now on page 163, we do not reflect the city center project, okay? That is just telling you what the balance would be without the city center project. If you look at the next page, it has the footnote of how much the city center project will change that position. Pardon me, I'm just getting my report. And you can see that the 32.9 million positive changes to a $56.3 million deficit. That's if we include the city center project. And as members of council are aware today, we are going through a costing exercise for the city center, and that we'll provide a revised figure if council approves the project, what impact they'll have on our development charges. The development charge position of the city, if you compare 19 to 20 with the city center project, it's typical of a municipality that has gone from what I would call a moderate growth scenario and now is transitioning to a higher growth scenario due to Seton and due to downtown intensification. Our demands for services, whether it be physical buildings or for the construction of the 401 bridge, is going to change the financial situation for the city as it relates to development charges. Now, if you turn to page 166 of your report, and this is for the individuals following on TV or YouTube, you can see again, it breaks down the different components. When we reference protective services, the most common one is fire and bylaw. And you can see where you see under less budget commitments on that first column, you can see the impact of the new Seton fire station. Because what's happening with the city is we had moderate growth and now we're going through expansion. So our DC fees haven't grown to sufficient position where we now can have a stronger balance in each of these components. Under transportation, which is more commonly referred to as roads, you can see we have a positive balance looking at that column. However, it does not reflect the future commitment with the 401 bridge. And you members of council may recall that the 401 bridge can basically be broken down into three components. Number one is assembly of land. Number two is design. And number three is the actual construction. And then if you go to the other columns, you can see we have either a deficit or a small surplus under stormwater management, studies, parks and recreation, and then library facilities and materials. The deficits you see there do reflect the city center project, because when we talk about parks and recreation, you have to remember that that DC component is going to fund the senior and youth center. And of course, there's a community component within the Performing Arts Center. The library is in a deficit position due to the budget commitment because of the new central library. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Northern Heritage Pickering Center to be proposed. So that is a snapshot of what's happening, but I want members of council to understand something. when a component runs a deficit, it means that when we do the next DC study, that deficit is taken into consideration for the calculation of the DC fees. So that means that the city is not losing any money, it's just that the fee is increased to capture or bring that component into a positive balance. And we have to also remember too, is that when we build either a road or a facility or a building, there's two primary funding sources. It's either the taxpayer or you fund it from growth. And I'm sure everyone listening tonight would rather have it funded by growth and not ask the taxpayers to contribute. Did I explain it, Councillor, or address your questions?
It actually leads me into, I guess, some subsequent question for clarification. And it's, this report we put a lot of time into, and I do appreciate the opportunity of responding this evening. So when you're identifying the $56,357,372, so that's the projected deficit with all the projects that you've identified, correct?
Correct, including the city center.
Okay, and for the city center projection, you've used the existing $180 million, which is what we currently have until we get the new cost analysis, correct?
That's correct. That was the amount approved by council in the 2020 budget.
Okay, if we look at 50, and I'll round it off to just an even 56 million for a minute. What's our debt load currently? How much?
I believe based on our 2019 financial statements was around approximately $50 million.
So is this 56 million in addition to our current 50 million deficit?
It would be, but you have to remember, Councillor, that with the city center project, there was the growth related funded from development charges, but there was also a city cost too, which the plan was to be funded from casino revenues. I just want to paint the full picture.
No, I understand that, but so when I asked you, is this in addition? So right now you said we have approximately 50 million and this would be an additional 56 million.
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, in terms of debt, you once had stated that when you looked at a ratio and projection based on a per capita basis, where does that leave us in terms of how we compare to what we're allowed in terms of a debt load, even if we're debt financing in advance of projected increases in our development charge fees or projected intensification growth? Where does that leave us in terms of, based on your report, requiring additional approvals from the ministry or anything like that?
Councillor, I believe we haven't hit our debt wall of 25% of revenues or the ARL. I think we have to be further in debt, but I didn't, in preparation for this meeting, I didn't do that type of detailed calculation, but I think our debt capacity is 200 million or 230 million. But I don't have that information in front of me, but I believe that's how much we can get, how much debt we can accumulate before we would hit our 25% annual repayment limit, or then we would have to go to the province to get permission to exceed that amount.
I look forward to your report in September in terms of your funding options and how we can mitigate and reduce the 56 million projected in terms of revenue streams, whether it's new DCs or other creative options without having the impact on our tax base.
Councillor, just to be clear that when I come in the fall, even whatever numbers we come or arrive to for the city center project, because our parks and recreation and our library DC components haven't increased to where they can fund these projects, those will still be in a deficit position and we will have to borrow for that city center project. The DC components do not have sufficient funds.
Well, like I said, I'm looking forward to having that discussion in September. That's not tonight, but I do appreciate your clarification from the report and also clarifying that it's the 56 plus million plus the existing 50 million that we'll be looking at in terms of our debt capacity and how it translates into being able to recover it.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything further on the item? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor McLean, I can't see you.
Your Worship, I had to turn my video off. I'm down to about 14%, so I'll turn it on to vote or to catch your attention. But
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That takes us to item 10, parking control measures in city waterfront.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move it with an amendment if possible.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What I would like to do is amended wording to recommendation 2, and that staff be directed to conduct a review of city parking fine amounts and report back to council on July 26, 2021 at a special meeting of council to be convened and called by the mayor regarding any fine increases required to provide effective deterrence to illegal parking in the waterfront area.
You have a seconder? Councillor Ash. To staff, we've got a specific date identified. Were you able to accomplish this?
Staff provided me with the date, Mr. Mayor, but I'll let them answer to you.
Yeah, I just got for the record, Councillor.
Sorry.
Yes, Your Worship. Councillor Brenner spoke to me through the day, and the clerk and I conferred. I spoke to my bylaw enforcement staff, and we can certainly bring back a report with regard to recommended fine increases for parking infractions to a special meeting on the 26th of July, should you and council deem fit to call it. My only concern, if I might note it, is the specific reference to the waterfront area, because the fine review of best practices and deterrent levels that we have conducted and that we will update is something that we would sort of be looking at the city holistically with regard to. It will absolutely include the waterfront, and we are absolutely sensitive to the particular issues that that area is experiencing and on some warm weekends suffering. But the review of fines will be a citywide review. That's what I would certainly propose.
So it'll meet Councillor Brenner's need and benefit the city as a whole.
That is staff's intent, yes.
Thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Brenner.
May I speak to it with it being on the floor?
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'll speak to the whole motion as they put it on as amended. Through you to staff, Mr. Biglione, can you also elaborate? One of the concerns, there's two concerns. One has to do with the fines that I'm pleased with what you helped me put forward as an amendment. The other is related to an enforcement model that will enhance what we're doing currently. I have no amendment on the floor for that, but can you please address that? Because there still seems to be problems when residents are calling the after-hour numbers. What I have done is I've gone to great lengths to not interfere with the operational needs of your department and bylaw in particular, but to just refer all inquiries to you, pictures to you, and emails that we all get copies of right across both wards. What we're hearing is that there is a problem in the after-hour call center, and that the communication obviously seems to be flawed getting to wherever it has to go, or even being able to have the resources that you need to be able to still cover the waterfront that our staff are doing, as we heard, an excellent job now with the new measures that were put in place, but when they can't be in two places at one time. So do you have any thoughts in terms of how to enhance the parking enforcement that is going to be required without taking away from the capacity of your bylaw officers that are doing the walkabouts and doing the kind of work that is necessary as they're walking the waterfront trail on a daily basis right now. Because they just cannot be in two places.
Through Mayor Ryan, certainly I can address the points that you've raised. First, I want to say that I'm glad that I was able to hear the couple of delegations this evening about parking concerns in this part of the city. And I must confess that Mr. White's comments about the after hours line are the first I have heard this year, frankly, that there's concern about the ability of the after hours staff to get through to the officer on patrol. As council is aware, late August of last year, 2020, staff arranged for changes to the after hours protocol and to the level of service, whereby when a complaint about parking matters is brought to the attention of the after hours operator, that operator will contact immediately the officer on patrol. So since late August of 2020, the response has not been to make a list for the next day. So I was kind of surprised to hear the delegation speak about that, and I certainly commit to council to look into that forthwith and make sure that that level of service, which we have contracted for, is being delivered. So again, I appreciate hearing that concern from the residents so that I can look into it. On paper, I can say that for almost a year now, we have addressed that concern. But I will make sure that that's happening in reality on the ground. As council also knows, we have increased patrols. Council wisely budgeted early in the year for 4 more seasonal enforcement officers. But to address your concerns, Councillor Brenner, about the incapacity of people to be in 2 places at once, bluntly, the only answer I have for that is that we need more people. Then they can be in more places at once. So if a higher level of service is desired by council, then that's something that I can certainly speak to the treasurer about and see where the funds will come from. But that's really the answer. It's not a radically different model of service delivery. It's just more resources. So that's something that I can certainly take the time before our special meeting to look further into and keep council apprised.
Mr. Biglione, so I'm hearing you say that you will look at an enhancement, or do you need something tonight as an amendment for you to do that in terms of consulting? What's your preference to be able to, so whatever we've got coming back, we have it coming back as one final thing, be able to get it implemented, and at least for the second half of this summer, be able to address the community needs with, without what we're experiencing. But even now tonight, I've received communication of parking problems as we speak, literally down off of Park Crescent in that area. Just and that's it's the kind of issues that are on a regular basis. So I don't want to interfere, but I want to make sure that you've got what you need to address your resources. So I guess I ask you, do you need anything tonight in order to come back with an enhanced model to be able to look internally for finding whatever funds you need to get us through the rest of this year?
Yes. First, I hope that the complaints you're receiving, I would urge those members of the public to call that complaint into that after hours number. But to answer your question, I would, subject to any input the clerk may have, I would appreciate direction from council, since adding to the level of service is of necessity an expense. It's a budgetary hit. And you've just heard from the treasurer about the other financial commitments that the city has to make good on. So I would appreciate direction from council on that. And then I'd be happy to come back to you with my July report on that issue as well.
Mr. Mayor, through you, what would you see as, I mean, I can make another amendment that asks, ask staff to review that and come back with a recommendation. Because I can't do an amendment that tells them to do something without us knowing where they're going to be doing it. But if they need direction tonight.
So, Councillor, I think what's happening here is you're specifically asking for, it's been referred to as an increase in service. To be blunt about it, that increase in service actually is an increase in headcount, whether it's contract or.
No, I understand that. Correct.
Right. And staff have quite rightly asked for a specific motion for them to undertake that additional workload, particularly if you want it accomplished between now and July the 26th. And that fits in with our procedural bylaw. So if you would like to add a point, what would that be? That's 0.6, a new 0.5 and renumber. Requesting staff to review resource options and to bring that back as part of the report on July the 26th. Is that
comfortable with that amendment? Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm happy to move an additional amendment for that point if I have a seconder.
Moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor Ash. Any further discussion? I don't think it's necessary. Okay, I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Councillor McLean, your camera. On the question, all in favor?
Yes, Your Worship.
Opposed? The amendment is carried. Councillor Brenner, you still have the floor.
Basically, this achieves what I'm looking for. The only other question, and it's not an amendment for this, it was raised during Mr. Windsor's presentation. Would it be possible for our CAO to just to clarify the bit about the where we're at with the temporary sidewalk review, rather than me having to raise it in other business? Would that be okay to ask it now, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Ms. Carpiano.
Certainly. The email correspondence that I received from Mr. Windsor had two requests. Number one is to look at the no parking, the ability to introduce some additional no parking signs on that stretch of street on West Shore Boulevard, which was put in place at my direction, and that is in place. The other one was to look at the options for introducing a safe path of travel on the east side of West Shore Boulevard, between Surf and Sunrise, I believe. And that review is being conducted by staff. I know Scott Booker has met with staff to look at some options. Essentially, there are the permanent option of widening West Shore Road. And that exercise has been completed north of, I believe, Sunrise, but not south. So that is something that is currently unbudgeted and would be reviewed by our Director of Engineering Services about where and when it should be introduced into the capital budget. And we certainly can look at making those considerations for 2022. So between now and 2022, the options need to be what are the short-term solutions. Staff are discussing that. There are utilities in that area, so it isn't as simple as just putting in an asphalt sidewalk. There are utility locates to perform. There is a design to be created. And I do understand from speaking to Brian Duffield that limestone would not be a suitable solution. It would be unstable. It would not be accessible for people in wheelchairs or strollers. It would need constant grooming. So there are limited options, but staff are looking at them.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll call a recorded vote on the amended motion that we have before us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Pickles? No, I thought I saw your hand up. Okay. On the motion as amended, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Recorded vote.
I'm sorry, recorded vote, Councillor Brenner. Thank you.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes,
Your worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
thank you. Brings us to item 11. This is the TCRA Waterfront Trail MOU. Moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor Ash. Discussion? Councillor Ash?
Thank you, Worship. Just to fill the gap in regards to this report, TRC board did approve the MOU at its meeting last Friday. The minister, his first official act as Minister in the Environment, David Piccini, was to sign the authorization to sell the land in Pickering on the Duffins, St. Martin site. So I'm supportive of this. I think the waterfront trail should be a public trail, and this is a great step forward. I know the residents will be very happy with this outcome, and want to thank Councillor Brenner for his advocacy as well.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a recorded vote on this one, please.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
And Mayor Ryan.
Yes,
Your worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
thank you. Brings us to item 12, which is a lease agreement for the use of city-owned lands, a temporary patio program in the name of Mr. Delicious Cakes and Pastries.
Move it.
Moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor Ash. Discussion? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. What are the hours of operation? It doesn't say in the report, it just says the same hours as their Liquor License Act. Do you have the hours of operation?
I don't have the hours of operation, but Catherine Hodge is in attendance. Perhaps she may have more information in that regard. Catherine, are you there?
Apparently, Ms. Rose is having some difficulty. The question, Councillor McLean, is related to hours of operation. You mentioned the Liquor License Act. I think it has specific times, does it not?
Well, it does, Your Worship, but if it's an outdoor patio, I don't know whether we have restrictions on the time limit of 11 o'clock, or if we can put restrictions on 11 o'clock for, because there are residents upstairs and this place. So that was going to be my next question. What time do they have to shut down at? And does our noise bylaw cover outdoor music and acoustics?
Yeah, so with respect to the noise bylaw, certainly bylaw has the ability to enforce those requirements, and they would do so. I'm just seeing an email here from Catherine Hodge just on the time frame. Her message's last call is at 9 p.m.
Okay.
But to answer to your question about the sound or any noise complaints, bylaw would be able to address those through the requirements, and certainly we'd be keeping track of that and use our influence as well through this program.
Okay, that's great. I support it. I just wanted to find out what time they had to shut down by. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? I'll ask for a recorded vote on this as well, please.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes,
Your worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
thank you. Councillor Butt, you have a motion that you would want to introduce at this time. to introduce, which will require 2/3 to carry.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
So motion to introduce by Councillor Butt, seconded by, you have a seconder? Councillor Brenner, who's the seconder. Sorry, we're having network problems, I can see. I'll call the question again. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Butt, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Whereas the lethal and violent attacks on the Canadian Muslim community are an ongoing reality, as demonstrated by the recent hate-motivated killing of a Muslim family in London and the Quebec City mosque shooting in 2017. Whereas the public has demanded and continues to call for strong action on Islamophobia. And whereas motion M103, the systemic racism and religious discrimination of Islamophobia motion passed by the House of Commons in March of 2017, called on the Government of Canada to condemn and address Islamophobia and systemic racism. And whereas putting an end to Islamophobia requires concrete action among all levels of government, with federal, provincial, and municipal governments each having an important role to play. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Pickering supports the call of the National Council of Canadian Muslims for the Government of Canada to hold an urgent national action summit on Islamophobia, convening leaders from all levels of government to chart an actionable path forward to end violence against Muslims. 2, called on the province of Ontario to provide funding to municipalities and community organizations to develop street-level anti-racism programs to quell all forms of hate, including Islamophobia. 3, calls on the province of Ontario and all school boards to embed anti-racist concepts in the school curriculum, making them a fundamental and core element of our education system. 4, direct city staff to continue their work with the Region of Durham and Durham Regional Police Service to develop concrete actions through the region's and Pickering Community Safety and Wellness Plan to address local reports of racial and hate-based violence, and to set a zero-tolerance approach to racism in Pickering and throughout Durham Region. And 5, directs the city's diversity and inclusion coordinator to work with partners and relevant committees such as Pickering Anti-Black Racism Task Force and the Durham Region Anti-Racism Task Force to develop and address the increasing public climate of hate and fear, and develop anti-racism and anti-Islamophobia resources. And 6, that this motion be circulated to the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, and all Durham Region MPs and MPPs. Councillor Butt is the mover.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. If I may speak to it.
Please.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank our city clerk for including my motion in for tonight's meeting in such a short notice. Mr. Mayor, it is very unfortunate that a motion on this matter has to be heard. However, because of the recent events, it is now necessary. Hate is a powerful word that has only one meaning intense or passionate dislike for someone. How does someone get to that point with a dislike for someone's appearance or beliefs that can trigger them to do unimaginable crimes? It is scary, and many communities feel scared and vulnerable, whether it is the Black community, Indigenous, Asian, Muslim community, LGTB community. They are all feeling the effects of what happened in London, Ontario, as the victims were targeted because they were different. And these incidences continue to happen, most recently in Edmonton, Alberta, where 2 Muslim women were attacked because they were wearing a hijab, as well as in Saskatchewan, where the Muslim community was targeted again. Mr. Mayor, racism exists, and this is why we have to acknowledge and that there is a problem, and that is systematic, whether we like that or not. We have to name it and document it so that we can start the process of eliminating hate from the top down. Canada is a great country with great potential that that welcomes immigrants. Every wave of immigrants contribute towards the betterment of this country. Any amount of hate and or discrimination directed towards any group impedes the latter to participate in the development of the country. Pickering has a diverse community where we work, play, and respect each other. Mr. Mayor, our differences are what make our country the best place to live. I won't want to live anywhere else, and I have faith that we can eliminate racism in all its form if we work together. Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to reinforce not only what Councillor Butt has said, but also a couple of weeks ago, I believe I had given notice of a notice of motion to address anti-racism in all forms. What we have tonight includes anti-racism in all forms. And what it has done, if we think back, we addressed racism, in this case it was to the Chinese community several weeks ago because of the ramification of COVID-19 and the racism that they were experiencing. Then we have what happened in London to another group, a different group, who is subject to hate and racism and violence. So not only are we addressing the recommendations to the federal government as it pertains to Islamophobia, but we're also talking about coming back and working together to address racism in all forms, in our education system, in our public institutions, in the private sector. So this is a comprehensive motion that is dealing with not just specific group that currently is the subject of violence and disgusting violence that destroyed an entire family in London. But this goes even beyond that and says enough is enough, as Councillor Butt has said, that we need to address it in all forms. I do have one question as it relates to recommendation number 5, if I might through you to our CAO, that in our motion we are directing the city's diversity inclusion coordinator. I just want to make sure, do we have that person on board, or is this going to be directed to that person when they do come on board?
The position has been filled. The person has confirmed their commitment to the city. They are scheduled to begin on July the 12th.
So there you go. They got started, new job, new position, and we're going to be giving them direction. So I think that's great, and I'm sure that it's going to, I'm looking forward to meeting the new coordinator, whoever they are, like every member of council. But I think that certainly by capturing this as direction to them, that will enable them to do their job in terms of the institutionalization, and in particular, their role in terms of institutional racism within the context of our own organization, as well as anti-racism across the city and the rest of the region.
Staff would be happy to coordinate those introductions, and I'm sure this individual will be very pleased to get started in this important work.
Great, Mr. Mayor, can we have a recorded vote?
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, recorded vote requested by Councillor Brenner.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
Thank you. I have a notice of motion moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by Councillor Ash. Whereas the federal government has passed a motion to adopt 988, a national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline, and whereas on December 11, 2020, the House of Commons passed a motion introduced by MP Doherty.
The reading.
Moved to dispense by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Councillor Pickles. On the move to dispense, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pickles as the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. although this is a very important matter, it is late in the evening and I'll speak to it briefly. What we're seeking here is support for a 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline number. What we have across the country right now is a series of 10-digit numbers, sometimes different numbers in different jurisdictions, which does not make it readily accessible when someone needs to call a crisis line. And what was proposed, and you started to refer to it, there was a unanimous motion in the House of Commons, and there's been a number of other municipalities and jurisdictions and agencies that have called for a convenient and easy to remember suicide hotline number, namely 988. And you may recall before 911 existed for emergency, police, and fire, there was also 10-digit numbers and numbers in different jurisdictions. So this is something I brought up at the Ontario Big City Mayor's meetings, where I sometimes sit in on your behalf. And they're doing work on mental health as well. And they also thought this was a good idea. So, you know, we've had other municipalities support it. I'd like to support it. And I've told them I'll bring it back to the Ontario Big City Mayors, who can maybe add to the voices and light a fire under this, and put in place a hotline and a crisis center that will assist people in their time of need, hopefully put a dent in and to address and avoid and prevent suicides by having these lines readily available. And I'll call for vote as well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ash?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to second this motion offered by Councillor Pickles. As everybody knows on council, I lost my stepson to suicide, and anything that we can do to help prevent suicide and the devastation that happens to friends and families, I would 100% support. Mental health has been more of a challenge during this pandemic, and it's good that we have a national parliament that didn't see colors of parties and unanimously supported it. And thank you to Councillor Phillips for bringing this forward, and secondly for allowing me to second it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, recorded vote requested by Councillor Pickles.
Councillor Pickles. I'm sorry, Councillor Pickles, I didn't get that.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ash?
Yes.
Councillor Brenner?
Yes.
Councillor Butt?
Yes.
Councillor Cumming?
Yes.
Councillor McLean?
Yes.
Mayor Ryan?
Yes.
Your Worship, that vote's carried unanimously.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to relinquish the chair to Councillor Pickles so that I can introduce a motion made by myself, seconded by Councillor Ash. Councillor Pickles, you have the chair.
To have like point 2, an investigation of missing children at residential schools, moved by yourself, Mayor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Ash. Whereas the Truth and Reconciliation Commission identified the need for further investigation of missing children at residential schools, and whereas the discovery of a mass grave containing the remains of 215 children at the Kamloops Residential School underscores this need, now therefore resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Pickering supports the demands on the federal government to respond to calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission by providing the needed support to find and return the remains of all the lost children from all the residential school sites, and to secure the release of information held by the various religious groups involved in the operation of the residential. Mayor Ryan, as the mover, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Councillor, this is the first time since I've been on in the mayor's chair that I've relinquished the chair to introduce a motion. That's how strongly I feel about this. This is a stain on our country as a whole. Councillor Butt said it a few moments ago, it's a great country. But just like any other country and the individual, there are things in which we need to acknowledge, we need to take responsibility for collectively, and things that we need to address. This, when we wrote this, Councillor Ash and I, we had just had the revelation. I won't say discovery. We all knew that it was there. It was finally revealed. We had the revelation of 215 graves in Kamloops. Since then, we've discovered or revealed another 751, and I believe there's been more since then as well. And we know that there's many more to come into the future. Government has to step up and take the lead. Government has to accept the responsibility for previous actions of this country. Government has to implement the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. Government has to lean, and I use that word advisedly, government has to lean on the religious organizations to bring forward the collective voice of this nation, to have those organizations release the documents that they hold to allow this necessary and unfortunate work to proceed expeditiously and comprehensively. And so I'm going to, and I know I don't really need to, I'm asking you for your support this evening for this resolution, and that on behalf of our Indigenous community, we do our small part in reinforcing the need, sending the message, and standing in unity. Thank you very much. And I will call for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. As a seconder, Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to stand with Mayor Ryan and all members of council in regards to this. I wear a t-shirt tonight, which I normally wouldn't wear during council, but it says "Every Child Matters." And I note that the deputy mayor is wearing orange as well tonight, which is in regards to Orange Shirt Day and how we remember and honor Indigenous Heritage Month, which is here in June. I also want to commend Mayor Ryan for this leadership position in regards to changing the focus of Canada Day. And I know Chair Henry has announced similar change in focus for our, we call it a celebration of Canada Day. I can still call it a celebration in regards to Canada being a great country, but it's not a perfect country. We have a history we have to come to grips with. And I'm, for some reason, similar to the mayor, I have some sense of this affects me more than a typical tragedy, I guess, because I have a 5-year-old granddaughter who, when you hear about the 1,000 children so far, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands more, that someone wasn't there to protect them. And I feel that our government has to stand up, and us, we Canadians have to stand up to take this national scandal, shame head on, and make sure that we do the right thing to make sure it never happens again. I'm comfortable that that won't happen, but I'm again pleased to second this and urge all members of council. I know you're all affected, like all of our residents and all of the rest of Canada, in regards to this. So thank you for the opportunity, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Pickles, if I may, could we just add distribution to the Prime Minister, the Premier, and our MP and MPPs?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You duly noted that.
I believe so. It's the Prime Minister, the Premier, and the MPs and MPPs, correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I can't necessarily see everybody else's hands. Would other members of council like to speak to this motion? I'm not hearing from anybody else. I'll just add, Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward. I think you reflect a great outpouring of despair from the community, and now recognize that we're going to hear more horrific information. I believe we're going to need to find more truth. We're going to need to find and seek more reconciliation. It's actually very sad that many people, the news of residential schools is new to them, or certainly they did not understand the extent of the tragedy, and the further information that we're going to receive is going to be quite stunning, I believe. And the saddest part was, or is, it wasn't an accident, and I think there's a lot of truths yet to come out. So with that, Madam Clerk, if there's no other members of council to speak to it, the mayor did ask for a recorded vote. If you could undertake that, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Butt.
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
And Mayor Ryan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that vote is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it back to you for the bylaws.
Thank you, Councillor.
Move the bylaws.
Moved by Councillor Butt, seconded by Councillor Cumming. These would be bylaws 78, 55, 21 through 78, 64, 21 inclusive. Any to be pulled? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We had a confidential council meeting which started at 5:30 this afternoon. The public report is follows. Prior to the regular council meeting, an in-camera session was held at 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Act and Procedure Bylaw 7665/18 to receive verbal updates from staff pertaining to proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands, litigation or potential litigation, and to receive advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. There were no motions, so there's no motion required at this point. Other business. Councillor McLean, followed by Councillor Pickles, Brenner, and Butt.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a quick question. Marissa, our cameras are now working down at the bottom of Liverpool Road, are they not?
Last time I spoke to our security services specialist, they are in operation. Correct.
Great, thanks very much. I talked to Dale from IT about live streaming those cameras and what that would entail. He said it's a very easy process so that those cameras could live stream 24 hours. And if anybody wanted to go on to have a look to see what was happening, that would be something that could be easily arranged at a very minimal cost. Is that something that you need a motion or direction from?
Well, I'll need more information from yourself, Councillor McLean, because currently, as I understand it, and Brian Duffy can speak more to it since the individual in charge reports to Brian. But the live streaming of the video is something that is accessible to Michael Kane, our security services specialist, at all times. He's got an app on his phone, I believe, that he can look at what's going on down there. So, Brian, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We can go on to any of the cameras throughout the community at any time. If we get a report of something, we can have a look at it remotely from home, and we can send our forces out to investigate or deal with an issue that's happening. I would take your consideration back, and I need to have a discussion with the city solicitor to talk about the privacy implications of live streaming, and I'd like to get his input before I get back to you and say whether we can. We've also got to look at the bandwidth we'll be using if we're streaming the live video.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. And like I said, talking to the IT specialist, he said that can't be a problem or an issue. And I think if it's a privacy issue, it's a matter of a sign that, you know, smile, you're on camera. That in itself acts as a deterrent. And if it's possible, I think that we should do it. So I'll leave that in your capable hands. Thank you. And if you can just get back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles?
I'm given notice to the clerk that Councillor Butt and I were going to bring a motion forward at the first council meeting after the summer break, and it had to do with pest clearance at construction sites. I don't really think we need a notice of motion introduced tonight, and I don't want to leave it till September. So can I just follow up with the Director of Planning on a conversation I already had to see if he can investigate what municipalities are doing to ensure that there's pest clearance at vacant or construction sites, so that pests, you know, don't migrate from these construction sites to adjacent neighborhoods. I know that the city doesn't have a role in addressing pests in every situation, but as part of the review process, if we can ensure that construction sites are clear of rodents and pests prior to work being undertaken, it might help alleviate the problem in some situations. So I'm just happy with direction to planning staff to have a look at what others are doing and bring something back, some information back to council when appropriate at a later date to see what we can do in that regard. If you're fine with that as direction.
Yeah, that would be fine from my perspective. Thank you, Councillor Pickles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brenner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess it would either be Marissa or one of our leadership team. It's just I'd like to get some kind of an update follow-up regarding the removal of the weeds that are now obviously with the hot weather taking over the Frenchman's Bay area. I know we've talked about it. I know that we put some money in the budget. I know that we have advanced something in terms of trying to get the federal government or whoever it is to grant approval. So can I get an update on that? It is certainly posing a concerns to all boaters and recreational users on the bay and getting worse daily. Marissa?
Certainly, an application has been submitted by city staff for the removal of the weeds in the bay. Richard Colburn submitted that application, I believe, in mid-June, early to mid-June. So I'll ask Richard to speak further to it and let you know about the anticipated next steps.
Sure. Thank you, Marisa. Through the mayor to Councillor Brenner, yes, the application was submitted, I believe it was June the 8th, with a covering letter indicating the urgency of the situation from a state perspective with respect to all users of the bay as well as the commercial operations. I had an email exchange today with the supervisor of the regulatory review agency from DFO with respect to the status of our application. He has indicated that they have received many applications this year for vegetation removal across the country. And at this time, they have not yet assigned a biologist to review ours, but I did again express the concern, not only from Pickering staff, but from Pickering Council and the users of the bay in my email exchange. And I also submitted a recent photo that was sent to me by the harbor master of Frenchman's Bay Yacht Club, showing how close the weeds are to the surface of the water. So I will keep in constant communication. If the squeaky wheel gets the grease, that's what I'm going for, to try to get this approval processed as quickly as possible for us. However, keep in mind, we cannot start until July 15th. There's a window
restricted activity timing window. So July 15th would be the earliest we would be able to get in there to cut the weeds.
If I may continue, Mr. Mayor. Richard, so what I'm hearing you say is that they say they have a lot of applications, they haven't even assigned anyone, and we've got a little more than 15 days till the harvesting season commences, from what I understand. What else do you maybe need that can strengthen our priority? Have we looked at asking our MP, who I believe, this is a federal body or provincial we're talking?
It's federal.
Would it make any sense if we reached out to our federal representative to put some pressure on this priority? Or do you need something formal from us to our MP to do that?
I don't think we need anything formal. If we want to engage the MP and have them speak on our behalf, that would suffice.
How's it going with the contractual arrangements? We were looking at, I believe, contracting a company that does the work for OPG, I believe. How are we doing with that arrangement?
I will pass that over to Brian Duffield. He's making those arrangements.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Brenner. We've been in contact with the OPG service provider. We refer to them as the dive team. They are prepared to help us with this exercise during the summer. I've given them a copy of the application and the area that needs to be cleared, and we are setting up an area for staging. We're waiting to find out when the operation can start based on when we get the permission. And then we're going to have an on-site meeting and set up the staging area where we will bring the harvested material to shore to lay it out and dry it and get the disposal containers put adjacent to that area so we can load it and dispose of it. So that relationship is ongoing. They're really waiting for the timing of it, and we can respond quite quickly because they have the equipment here and they use it on a regular basis.
That actually was my subsequent question, Brian. Do they have to apply for an application as well to the federal bodies? Because I can't imagine that that with the accumulation of all of the weeds that can clutter the intakes of the nuclear generating station, do they have approvals already, or do they seek approval after they've done it?
I've never asked, but I am suspicious that as a federal organization, they probably have got different requirements for their permissions. I will ask that question and find out.
I'm just wondering, perhaps an online discussion, if we don't hear soon, perhaps maybe we can find out whether or not our dive team can go in and start doing some work, and we seek forgiveness later. Because I'm just concerned that the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get, and our bay is just choking away. But more importantly, we've got Para who needs access. We've got the Frenchman Bay Yacht Club. We've got recreational. Everything's going to be at a standstill, and this is going to be a very, very hot, long summer, as we're already looking at. Perhaps if we don't get anywhere in the next time, let's find out if the dive team's willing to go in and start some preliminary work, and we take it from there.
We can review that. When I was talking to one of the contractors last year, when we first brought this up, they did say that if you cut too early in the season, you'll have to cut a second time. So there is some benefit of waiting until it's got to a certain height before you cut it, and you can cut it down quite low and not necessarily have to do it a second time in the same growing season.
So I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but I do know one thing, that at the way it's growing right now, if we're not in there by the 15th or shortly thereafter, we've got other problems to deal with, and we very well may need to go in twice this season. But that's why we put a budget together. So let's try and do what we need to do. And like I said, reach out to our MP. I'm sure she's very approachable and we'll certainly push at her end, but also talk to the dive team and let's see if there's a way to get in there and seek forgiveness later on and get that bay back to life again before it's too late.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my comments, and hopefully we can get this moving sooner than later. I mean, we did a bit of the budget way back when, so.
Thank you. Councillor Budd?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have many residents who have called and written to me in regards to the gypsy moth caterpillars. It is becoming very concerned. They have actually invaded Pickering, and I just want to question the question asked to the city if we are taking any actions, because if you don't take any actions, they only multiply and make it worse. And what I'm told by the experts is that if we do not do anything, hopefully like next year, there will not be many trees left. So I just want to question city staff, if we're doing anything, we need to, or what action are we taking? So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Duffield or someone?
Myself? Yep, I can respond to that. Brian might want to chime in as well. That's being handled by engineering services through our arborist, Scott McKay. He's very well aware of the locations where the gypsy moss has been spotted, and we've been proactively putting out burlap to have the trees wrapped. That creates an area for the caterpillars to rest in the shade during these hot temperatures, and that allows them to be captured. So that is being done. Spraying is not being done by Parks Canada at this time. Most of it is in the Rouge National Urban Park, that area, the west area, Pickering, west of Altona Road. That seems to be the prevalent area. We are also making a database indicating where all these boulevard trees have been affected, and we're certainly making arrangements for the 2022 budget to have some funds allocated to deal with this as well. So we're doing the best we can in 2021, and it will carry on into 2022 as well.
Yeah, just a follow-up question, Mr. Holman. Just so Altona Forest mean to be infected quite heavily. So are there any dangers of losing the trees next year?
We're not looking into the Altona Forest. That's owned by TRCA. They're probably very well aware of the issue as well. But I'll make sure that they are contacted and we'll get some information from them. They take care of the Altona Forest. And the Rouge National Urban Park is the federal government as well. So we're dealing with boulevard trees on city streets.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Holder, just if you could just expand on that a little bit. Our trees, I mean, people are concerned that trees, regardless of where they are going to be damaged beyond repair. We're going to lose them. Can you just give us some sense of, my understanding is if the tree is relatively healthy, we're going to lose the foliage this year, but it should come back in the spring.
That's my understanding as well. So if a resident calls in, whether it's a boulevard tree or a tree on their property, we're providing whatever guidance and assistance we can. So we're not just turning a blind eye for private trees. We are helping out wherever we can.
No, yeah, I know. We're just looking for some information as to how susceptible these trees are to demise. So that's fine. Okay. No other business. Councillor McLean, did you want to ask IT to come and do some work with your equipment so that we can actually see and hear you on July the 26th?
Are you sure you want that?
It's necessary. Anyway, I'm sure that Mr. Bigioni will take it under advisement. Thank you. Being no further business, listen, it's been an extremely difficult year with COVID and all the things that are going on. I just want to thank council for the work that you've done collectively. And you are going to get a little bit of time off now, so use it wisely and use it safely. Take care, and we will schedule. I'm not sure that date is actually going to be July the 26th, depending on people's schedules, but we'll target around that the last week of July for the special meeting. Okay. With that, confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Pickles. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I need an adjournment motion. Councillor Cumming and Councillor Butt. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thanks, everybody. Good job and enjoy the summer. Take care.
Thank you.